This meeting is now resumed. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize Casey Brendon on his retirement as Director of Revenue Services, Finance and Treasury Services. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Speaker Nunziata. It's always an honor to recognize outstanding achievement, whether in our broader community or in the Toronto public service. Today, I'm pleased to speak to you about the accomplished career of our colleague, Casey Brendon, Director of Revenue Service, who is retiring in April. I know, boo. Don't let him. Yes.
I'm glad that we had the debate yesterday and not today.
Before saying a few words about Casey, I would like to acknowledge and welcome his wife Frances, his children Kyle, Anthony, William, Leah, and Malcolm, who are with us here today. Now, Casey began his career with the city in January 2000, starting as a senior financial analyst with the corporate finance division. 8 years later, in 2008, he took on the role of the Director of Revenue Service Division. Since then, Casey has been a driving force on a number of innovative revenue initiatives that have distinguished Toronto as the first municipality in Ontario to offer new taxation and incentive programs. These include, you ready for this? The first tax increment equivalent grant program for brownfield redevelopment. Remember that? Yes. Ontario's first heritage tax rebate program, the personal vehicle tax, the administrative penalty system for parking violations, the small business tax class, which benefit them greatly, the municipal land transfer tax and the municipal accommodation tax, the vacant home tax, the most recently in partnership with the city's Customers Experience Division and the technology service, the launch of My Toronto Pay service to facilitate online payments for various city services. Wow, that's a lot of accomplishments. And because of these large complex files didn't keep Casey busy enough. He also served on the board of directors of the Ontario Municipal Tax and Revenue Association, including a previous stint as the president. Casey, you must have been eating your Wheaties for breakfast every day. While lending his leadership to important city files and initiatives, Casey also led and supported the people on his team. And he's remembered fondly as a friendly, good-natured, and approachable colleague to so many in the wider organization. And this is perhaps where his absence will be felt most. Casey, we want you to know that we appreciate your leadership and all your work to develop and sustain the revenue-generating services that support essential city programs and services. Because without it, we can't do anything, really. I understand that you are a Neil Diamond fan, and last year saw the musical about him on Broadway. Wow. Sweet Caroline? Okay, well, there's many more. Well, to rephrase one of his songs, I hope the good times always are so good in your retirement years. I now invite you, Casey, to come and please accept this commemorative scroll as a token of city's appreciation for your magnificent contribution.
Good morning. Your Worship, Mayor Chow, Speaker Nunziata, members of council, esteemed colleagues, my family and friends. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My remarks will be brief, so you don't have to start my clock. Beyond the list of achievements that Mayor Chow mentioned, perhaps one of my proudest moments and the highlight of my career as a tax collector for the City of Toronto was a day in May 2015. I sat at the waterfront at the foot of Yonge Street and watched them tow the rusting hulk of the MV Jadran, the home of Captain John's floating seafood restaurant, out of Yonge Street Quay and into Lake Ontario to be cut up for scrap in settlement of Captain John's unpaid property taxes and utility arrears. I will admit it was somewhat of a Pyrrhic victory because we got 10 cents on the dollar in terms of the taxes owing. Maybe we had to pay the guy to take the boat away for scrap. But there were two important outcomes that day. Toronto got back its Yonge Street Quay, and the taxman got his due. My wife, Frances, my long-suffering wife, and my children, they will tell you that I love my job and that I love working for the City of Toronto. And I love being part of the decision-making that affects our lives as residents of Toronto. Yes, I am a resident of the City of Toronto. I'm a proud resident of Ward 15, Don Valley West. And I do have to make a vacant home tax declaration every year, so I just do it. I love having to defend the city's policies and council decisions to friends at dinner party or when I'm stopped on the street in my neighborhood. And people think that somehow I control everything. I control the TTC service, to pothole repairs, to water main relining. And I especially love it when people say, hey, I saw you on TV last night. So I will miss being a part of the city that I love. And I liken my time here at the city, certainly the last 15 years or so, to walking a tightrope over Niagara Falls. Below me, instead of the roiling waters of the Niagara River, I see a churning mass of 2 million angry taxpayers, parking ticket recipients, people with outrageous water bills, payers of the vacant home tax or the MLTT, and people who are mad because the notice that they received was printed on yellow paper instead of white paper. So they're all watching and waiting for me to make a wrong move so that I'll fall into their midst. As I traverse the tightrope, I keep my eyes focused on that tiny little platform on the other side of the river where the tightrope ends. But as everyone knows, the hardest part of a tightrope walk is the very last bit of the journey, the part where the tightrope gradually slopes up to the platform on the other side, and you have to make your way up that platform, up that tightrope step by step, keeping your balance and your wits about you. And maybe it's a little rainy, maybe it's a little icy on the cable, so I keep my eyes focused on that tiny platform that marks the end of my journey. And provided I make it through the next week, I will reach the other side. But it won't be over until it's over. I want you to know that in leaving, I leave behind an extremely capable and competent group of staff in the Revenue Services Division. This group truly understands what it is to provide frontline customer service, and they do an excellent job of it every single day. To all of the staff at Revenue Services, I thank you for your dedication and for making my job look easy. To all of my supervisors, my managers, Tina DeStefano, Paula Romano, Tenzin Wangchuk, Tamara Tolosano, Anna Lorero, and to my great friend John Longarini, who's stepping in to my role on an acting basis. It has been my true pleasure to have worked alongside all of you. To the rest of my colleagues at the City of Toronto, the City Manager, the CFO, Madam City Solicitor, it has been my honor and my privilege to have served the city so long and so well. Thank you for this opportunity. I will miss you all, and I thank you for this recognition here today. Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
No, we're not opening that item today. Could I have a motion to reopen the vacant home tax? Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 16.7 review of the order paper. There are 68 items left on the agenda, including 46 member motions, and the mayor has timed her second key matter, item EX 12.4, had a long-term financial plan update. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Cheng.
Hi, Madam Speaker. I would like to I'd like to have a recorded vote for NY 11.2, 72 Church Avenue. It is a development that offers family-sized rentals, which is much needed, but there are some issues and a lot of community members are concerned about it. So staff are recommending to move forward, and I'd just like a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, so that's NY 11.2, 72 Church Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Fletcher, are you voting on this item? Thank you. The affirmative. The item is adopted, Speaker. The vote is 18-1.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I'm just waiting for my screen to get back here, Speaker, and good morning. There we go. Sorry, I just lost it. It's just coming back up. Yep. I'd like to release SC 11.1, 2157 to 2183 Lawrence Avenue zoning amendment. We had advance circulated the motion.
Okay. So Councillor Thompson is releasing SC 11.1, 2157, 2183 Lawrence Avenue East. All in favor? Pardon?
No, I'll continue holding it if this
amendment's good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, we will now consider the mayor's second key matter, item EX 12.4. If you have questions of staff, please put your name on the list.
Madam Speaker, could I just have a point of order for a second?
Pardon?
Can I just have a point of order on it for a second? My vote wasn't recorded for Councillor Chang's item.
Well, were you here?
I was here. clerk asked Councilor Fletcher, then forgot to ask me. It was in the affirmative.
Okay, we'll record it. Thank you.
Thank you.
EX 12.4, do we have questions? If you can put your name on the list, please. Long-term financial plan update. Do we have any questions? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. In the report, it talks about a couple of bodies of work. One of them was the review of transit sites where there's parking. And I wondered, I think there's 10 of them was quantified. Could you give council the 10 sites that you're going to be taking a look at?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we didn't feel it was appropriate to provide a list of the 10 sites at this time. We want to do our due diligence first, at least the initial set of due diligence, before we provide any lists.
Okay. So you're not going to like the next question. Another body of work had to do with reviewing properties owned by the city around transit stations, lands owned by Metrolinx. Among them are the Eglinton West LRT extension corridor along Eglinton. And I wondered, because that is substantially within the community of Etobicoke Centre, could you tell me what the sites are that you are looking at in that area for further development?
So we are just at the initial stages of looking at the properties that the city owns to formulate our go forward for those particular locations.
So why are we here then? If council doesn't know what exactly it is you're looking at, how can we make an informed decision?
So the intent of this report is to keep council informed as we proceed along in the identification of properties for alternative uses. So one of the core functions of the real estate model and Create TO is to, on an ongoing basis, analyze the portfolio for opportunities to do more with our real estate. The intent of this report is to identify groups of properties that we can go and do further work on. So related to, and we've already done that, we've already partially reported on opportunities in the portfolio through the generational housing report EX 9.3, where we identified 92 properties. So the intent of this activity would be to add to the list of potential sites for higher and better use.
So that's what I'm struggling with, is it not the role of the real estate division, Create TO, the city's administration to detect instances where we have surplus lands, and it makes sense to do something with them, whether it's sell them or use them for a higher purpose within the city? So why do we need to come back to council again and ask you to do the same thing again? Is that not an organic process that happens all the time?
So through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it does. It's something that we do on a normal course of business. We're always looking for opportunities in the portfolio and present those opportunities to council for consideration.
Okay, so the city has the parking authority to operate parking lots. And we have, as a municipality, done that for a very long time. We operate parking lots for a purpose. They are a civic asset. They provide parking. I would put to you that they support and complement both businesses and public transit because they bring users there and allow them to use the public transit. Are we now changing and deciding not to do that service any longer? Why would we do that? The lots don't look empty to me.
So through you, Madam Speaker, the intent of this report is to provide opportunities in the portfolio. The next step of the process would to engage with our colleagues in the Housing Secretariat, our colleagues in economic development and culture, among others, including the parking authority, to assess the need for parking and to work that into whatever plans that we can bring forward on a site-by-site basis.
And that's my point exactly. Is council then going to have to choose between providing that utility service of parking and doing something else with the land? It's not like it's sitting completely empty. And I think that's what's before us. We're essentially saying we don't want to do parking anymore at these spots. We're going to do something else.
Madam Speaker, that is not what is included in the report. What is the intent of this report, again, is to identify opportunities, groups of properties in the portfolio which represent potential city building opportunities, and to do our due diligence and bring back a list for consideration at council.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, 5 minutes. Councillor Cheng? Hello? Oh, Saul Skipper?
Is my voice broadcasting?
Pardon?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Is my voice?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, we'll come back to you. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. So my first question is just asking to hear a little bit more about what the criteria is, what determinants are you considering when identifying city property as
Some
underutilized?
assets and acquire other assets.
In the downtown core, would all surface level parking fit this definition?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I couldn't hear your question. Could you please repeat?
Sure, no problem. I was just wanting to hear, first of all, a little bit more about what criteria or measures are used when deciding if a city property is underutilized. And then my additional question was specifically around surface level parking, especially when it comes to the downtown core.
We're trying to balance and respond to a number of city policies when we examine the real estate for alternative uses. The official plan is a document that we would reference. We have transit-oriented development direction from City Council. So we have a plethora of different city policies that we're considering when looking at alternative uses for parking lots, as an example. But I think it's fair to say that we have to look at all of the need for real estate on a site-by-site basis and try to solution that when making recommendations back to council.
So can you give an example just to say a little bit more about the process of making that determination?
Yes. So, I mean, obviously, we're working in very close partnership with the Housing Secretariat, given that housing is a key priority. We would be working with other stakeholders, other city divisions, to understand their needs in a particular part of the city, so we could try to build those needs or solution those needs in anything that we bring back to City Council. I think one of the key functions at Creatio in terms of the portfolio strategy and planning is the management of supply and demand of real estate, right? So on the supply side, it's based on what the city owns, and on the demand side, that is a deep engagement with divisions, agencies, and corporations to define what their real estate needs are to support their program requirements. And that's everything from childcare centers, PF&R facilities, as well as housing, right? Affordable housing, long-term care, shelters.
Okay, thank you. We know that previously the city was selling off surplus buildings or buildings deemed surplus. The report shares that now, and I quote, "The city is already making better use of its real estate." Can you share a little bit more about how the recommendations before us kind of build on what you're seeing in that statement, and how the city is, I guess, asserting itself as a more active partner in our city building objectives?
Yes, what I would say through you, Madam Speaker, is that since we put the real estate model in place in 2018, a key objective of the real estate team is to support city building objectives. And that really is a close partnership with divisions, agencies, and corporations to understand their need for real estate and to work collaboratively to solution program requirements using that real estate. One of the key focuses is to get the best use out of the real estate that we own.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to staff, there was a question posed by my colleagues, why is this before us? And I think it's important for us to be reminded about the number of Torontonians that are either unhoused, living rough, or on the affordable housing wait list in our city. Can you remind us what those figures are?
In terms of the unhoused numbers?
If we can...
I would have to defer that question.
Yeah, if we can just get the Housing Secretary to come
Thanks.
down. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Councillor. Through the Speaker, Abby Bond, the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. So right now, we have more than 10,000 people each night in our shelter system, and we have more than 80,000 people on the wait list for social housing in the city.
And just to confirm, it's 8080, not 18, right?
You are correct, yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Your accent threw me a little bit there, but I appreciate that confirmation. So almost 100,000 Torontonians that are in need, urgent need of affordable housing. Can we be reminded again, we've been through a lot of legislation changes recently, specifically around our ability to stand up affordable housing in the City of Toronto. Are there many pathways at this time for council to secure affordable housing outside of leveraging our own assets?
Through the Chair, I think this report is really important because it reminds us of the importance of our own assets and city land, and it is one of the best ways that we can attract financing and funding when we put our land forward, when we're first in, when we're the level of government that's willing to commit first and use our land to do that. We're able to attract partners, we're able to attract funding and financing.
And to that point, thank you, Abby. I just want to also highlight and confirm that in taking this direction forward and taking this leadership approach as a city, have we not been successful most recently in seeing other partners and other orders of government come to the table with resources so that we can stand up this urgently needed affordable housing?
Through the Speaker, I would say yes. We've got a number of sites where we've been able to attract CMHC financing, CMHC equity, partner equity, and you will start to see as we kind of enter a new period of time where in addition to like maybe a stabilization around interest rates and also the HST, GST waiver, we'll start to see more of those sites moving forward with shovels in the ground for a number of the Housing Now sites later this year.
Thank you. And my final question is, how long has it been since the City of Toronto has taken this kind of proactive leadership role as it relates to standing up affordable housing for our residents?
Through the Speaker, I would say it's around 10 years at least. I think the city has been using its sites. In addition, you've got TCHC as well, who's been using their land to replace social housing, revitalize those sites. So it's over 10 years, I would say.
And I think, you know, as we spoke yesterday, I'll try not to speak too much, but about FIFA and the challenges related to folks who are continuing to live unhoused and rough in our city. I'm really proud of staff for this good work, and I thank you for it. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. My mic is working now, and could I ask questions?
Yes, just one moment. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, are we also looking at land acquisition as part of this plan? Real estate has seen a little bit of a downturn recently, and there may be cases where it makes more sense to sell certain assets and acquire new ones.
So through you, Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. We would take any opportunity to acquire real estate to support the city's needs, subject to the availability of funding.
Thank you. And also, are there any of the Metrolink standalone stations that belong to the city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no.
So are there any opportunities to negotiate with the province to build affordable housing above these standalone stations?
So the subject of this report are the city-owned lands that we've identified adjacent to provincial transit stations. There's ongoing conversations with Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario in support of TOCs.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, when we talk about affordability, is there a matrix of affordability that we're working towards? Because we know that there's affordable rentals, affordable purchased homes, and there's various definitions out there of what is actually affordable given how expensive cost of living is right now.
Through the Speaker, our goals are really a broad spectrum of affordability and mixed income. The city has a new affordable rental definition, which is based on an income criteria, but we will be looking for across a broad spectrum. We also, I think the other staff have mentioned the importance of, for example, bringing shelters to some of these locations, so it will be shelters all the way through affordable rental as well.
Thank you. And my last question piggybacks off what Councillor Holliday was speaking about, because parking, especially along major arteries and near transit, also tends to be highly used to support the local businesses and also to support transit users who may need to get on transit but need to park nearby. So is there a consideration of how to balance those interests and perhaps include parking in new builds on parking near transit, knowing though that the challenge is underground parking is extremely expensive?
Through you, Madam Speaker, pardon me. Through you, Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. We would be looking, subject to the need for parking, for how to incorporate that into any future use of the site, or looking at alternatives to meet any needs for parking.
In Calgary, there was a build where they built above ground parking that is convertible to housing or office space in the future, with a vision of one day people will no longer need to drive. Is that something that the city would consider, building convertible parking spaces?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes is the short answer. We want to be innovative in terms of the use of our real estate and get the most out of it that we possibly can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prudza? Yeah, if you can try to keep it down, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Just to review some of the approach, and I will have a motion on that, but when we're looking along a transit line, let's say the Danforth, and you're looking at all of the stations, do you have a matrix yet that says, here's the station close to transit, and here is the revenue, so TPA lets you know here's the revenue, or it's negative, positive, quite a bit of money. I don't think that exists yet, does it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you're correct. That's the assessment that we would need to undertake as a result of council adopting the recommendations in this report.
So that would, are you telling me that would be your approach then? That you're going to look at the lowest hanging fruit? Having looked at all of the revenues, there's some lots that actually don't make any money. We're subsidizing those lots. Would you be telling us that would be the first one to start with, or do you have another way you're viewing it?
So as we've detailed in the report, we've captured 3 grouping of properties based on very specific city council policy and objectives. So the official plan, MTSA policies, the generational housing report. So that's how we captured these properties, and we will go through each one of those properties and do at least an initial due diligence to see whether they are good candidates for a change in use. I think to address your point, the Parking Authority has been proactive in putting forward properties that they deem are surplus to their needs.
Well, let's not just talk about surplus. Maybe they're going to be putting forward the properties cascading from least revenue to most revenue. Have you, and I'm a little surprised that that's never been part of the equation to date. Does that not surprise you in all of our moving parking lots out and doing things that we've never actually looked at the revenue base of many of these lots?
So I think that's part of the analysis that we will undertake as we go through this list of parking lots.
So we're starting at 0 then? There's a whole list that was decided on, but there's not a penny associated with any of those lots as far as long-term revenue is concerned. Would you agree with that?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, I don't believe there's ever been a comprehensive review. I think up until this point, as it relates to real estate and the use of real estate to support city building objectives, I think we've been doing it on a site-by-site basis.
With no financial overview. Let's agree on that, correct? Impact. Revenue impact.
On a discrete basis, there are impacts analyzed on a discrete basis.
Thank you. And for that, the cost of a new unit, what would that be, Ella? Building a new unit, who'd like, maybe Ms. Bond could tell me, what's about $400,000, $500,000, correct?
Through the Speaker, in EX 9.3, we identified that cost at around $550,000 per unit. Without land, yeah. Without land.
And then when councillors are asking about replacing the parking in certain areas, because we do have a parking strategy coming, what's the cost of building a brand new underground parking spot? 350?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Speaker, it ranges between about $100,000 to $150,000.
$100,000 to $150,000
Per spot.
Per spot. So that is a significant outlay underground. And does it get more depending upon how deep you're going?
That would be an average cost, but it's certainly the deeper you have to dig, the more costlier it would be. But I think if you're replacing a number of spots that you have to dig down a few levels, that the average cost, and that's where the range would go between $100,000 to $150,000.
So I don't know who'd like to answer this, but to me it just seems like the best approach would be find the lots that don't have any revenue, hardly any revenue, low revenue, like $2,000 a year, $15,000 a year, that you would never need to think about replacing parking, because obviously there is no parking really required at that level there. Would somebody like to agree with that as an approach?
So I think that's reasonable. Through you, Madam Speaker, I do believe that the Parking Authority does the analysis on a lot-by-lot basis. And I think what we're seeing in most recently is them being proactive in putting forward those.
We haven't done that. We brought all these reports, but we haven't said, here's the best one. Look, it's losing money. Build on it right tomorrow. That's not been our approach so far.
We, in terms of city staff?
Correct.
Yes.
Or anybody.
Yes, I think you're correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yes, they do, but there's lots. I have the list.
Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff, I deeply appreciate and welcome this report, part of a bigger conversation in our city. And I know last year and years before, residents and Torontonians wonder when we see intense development, not around transit, high-order transit, the question on affordability arises, and the question on, we're seeing it here, but in corridors that have subways, they'll come out of the station and just see 2 stories. And that's a dichotomy or an inconsistency that's often asked. So this report is welcome because it's going to create affordability in areas that make sense and provide access to transit for Torontonians to get around. So of course, with everything major, there's layers to this. So I have a few questions to build on some of the previous questions and also those as articulated to building complete communities and providing city building opportunities is the opportunity to create not just affordable housing, but affordable commercial retail. Is that part of the calculus as this project moves forward?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think, a fundamental city building principle is building complete communities, and we endeavor to do that as we bring forward sites for alternative uses.
Would affordable commercial retail spaces for independent mom and pop shops be part of this conversation?
Yes, I think that is included in meeting our objectives.
Thank you. On my second question, building and bridging between Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Holliday's questions on parking, this is something we, I think, should appreciate. If residents are taking the bulk of their transit journey on the TDC, we need to be careful of the ability for them to access that. Is the thinking at this point a one-to-one replacement on high-usage transit parking lot spaces?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't answer that question specifically at this point. That's the work that's ahead of us, that we will report back on Q4 of this year. So that is where the next level of due diligence, where we will engage various different partners to assess potential future uses for these sites and to better understand what the requirements are on a site-by-site basis.
Okay, terrific. I appreciate that nuance. And lastly, these are significant conversations that I know in my ward as of last year. Obviously, I was in an exercise that put me directly in touch with residents 2 years in a row. And people want to see affordability, they want to see access. They also want to see engagement with the local councillor and the community. Is that part of this process moving forward?
I think once reporting back, so staff has to do its work to evaluate the large portfolios that we have identified, do our due diligence, and then come back with specific lists that we will put forward for council's consideration. Part of that would be engaging the local councillor.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, through you. I'm just trying to understand what the criteria are to get into affordable housing.
Through the Speaker, it depends on whether you're accessing affordable rental or whether you're accessing rent geared to income social housing, so there's different criteria. Really, we're looking at supporting households who can't otherwise afford to access the market. And so for RGI housing, it's regulated through provincial legislation. But for our affordable housing, we're really looking at targeting incomes at the 50th percentile, the 60th percentile for affordable rental.
So that's the income component.
Yeah.
Is there what is the residency component? Because there's there's more than one component to accessing affordable housing, respectively.
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. But for rent-geared to income social housing, that is legislated by the provincial government. There's no Toronto residency that is required.
Oh, okay. So you don't have to be a Toronto resident for affordable housing that the City of Toronto is providing?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. What percentage of people in affordable housing came from actually outside of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, I don't have that information to hand today. I think it's important to recognize that affordable housing, rent-geared to income social housing is a big foundation of our kind of economic performance. And so it's important to us that we're able to house people who are moving around for jobs and family in the region.
I didn't ask, I'm not trying to be rude through the Speaker,
Sure.
but I asked a specific question. I didn't ask for an editorialization. So you're unable to tell me what percentage of non-Torontonians are in affordable housing, is that correct?
Through the Speaker, I don't have that information right now, but I can provide that to you.
Okay, what percentage of people on the waiting list for affordable housing aren't from Toronto?
Again, through the Speaker, I don't have that information to hand today for this report.
If I were to tell you it's about 17%, almost 1 in 5, would that seem reasonable?
Through the Speaker, I'd have to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Just a couple questions of clarification before the item is at the Toronto Parking Authority next week. So really want to kind of follow up on some of the questions from Councillor Fletcher. I appreciate that we're still undertaking the review. This is probably for Toronto Parking Authority. And I've seen the appendix in the report next week that talks about revenue associated with each lot. But do we have a sense of which lots are operating at a net loss? Not just the revenue gross that's coming in, but a net loss.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't have that information.
Okay. And in the report with Toronto Parking Authority next week, it talks about revenue, but it wouldn't give you the picture of the net. It's just...
Yes, it does. It's in there.
Okay.
It's part of the report.
Okay. I guess the intention here, Toronto Parking Authority is required to produce a dividend for the City of Toronto as we are parsing off these different sites for housing. Have we given any consideration to what that relationship framework looks like between the Toronto Parking Authority, the dividend that it pumps to the city every year, and their ability to produce that?
Okay, we can have Councillor Bradford. Do you want to answer the question? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. Part of the analysis will look at the impact it has on total revenues generated, and as a result of that, the net revenue that is generated by the TPA, resulting in any changes to the city's income share.
When we were looking at the 130 lots that were identified as suitable for housing, did staff take into consideration the current use or purpose of that lot in particular, or was it more of a preliminary evaluation where we just looked at the zoning characteristics of that site?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the latter. So it was a preliminary look based on zoning primarily. But then, we identified a further, so there was approximately 130 sites based on zoning. And then a subset of that 130, 74, which are MTSAs.
So there was an element where you're screening in for transit access MTSAs as well?
Yes, that's a subset as identified in the report.
And then an additional subset on which lots achieve a positive cash flow revenue perspective, or no?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no. That will be one of the next steps.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes. The chief planner isn't here, but maybe someone can answer this. In the City of Toronto official plan and in our planning policies generally, do we think of surface parking lots as a good land use?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on. Pardon me. Through the Speaker, Councillor, that would not be seen as the best use for the land.
Why is that?
Given the amount of development and the population we need to house and the jobs we need to provide for in the city, those pieces of property are not developed as intensely as they should be. We need that land for other uses.
Is a surface parking lot good urban design? Is it contribute to a walkable, livable city?
Through the Speaker, I would argue generally no. There may be a well-designed surface parking lot, but I think it could be more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I just want to clarify on a previous answer, Madam Speaker. I think Ms. Bond can probably help me with this one. I want to make sure that I'm giving the right advice. I'm giving it based on Housing Connections answers that a member of my own family got. If you are waiting for social housing or indeed affordable housing in the City of Toronto and time has run out in your market value housing, your choice is to live in a shelter or to move to a province where you can afford to live in get $800 a month for an apartment, which is what all apartments should be. You can remain on that housing list and you will get a call from TCH if you become eligible on the waiting list.
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. But we see people waiting 7 to 10 years for that call.
Right. And if you have found a cheaper place to live and can survive there until you come up on the list, that's good for us, is it not? We're over capacity in our shelter system right now. So you don't have to take up a shelter space while you're waiting on that list, and you can find some place outside. That's good for us, is it not? That's indeed what we use a lot of COB benefit for.
Through the Speaker, yes, we definitely try to make sure that people don't have to move into the shelter system by keeping them housed where they are and making sure they have access to maybe as you said, a Canada Ontario housing benefit or some other kind of rent supplement that can help them while they wait for their ultimate goal, maybe of living in subsidized permanent housing.
Right. So we might, for instance, move a senior to a senior accessible unit in Peterborough using a COB benefit. But if their support system is here, they have a right as a non-Torontonian to stay on our housing list and come back to this city where their life and their support system is when we do have the housing we're trying to build here ready for them.
Through the Speaker, yes. Many of our approaches do take into account that people's lives are dynamic. They need to move around for valid reasons, work, family, etc. And that's the reason why the Canada Ontario housing benefit is so useful, because people can move around the province, and the same that people can stay on the wait list while they wait for a housing in Toronto, and they may be on other wait lists in other cities as well.
Right, right. Long may that benefit be available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti. Is Councillor Crescenti virtual or?
I virtual.
Where is he?
I'm right here. I turn on my.
Huh? Okay, Councillor Crescenti.
Okay, we good? Thank you, Speaker. So my question is, I just want to understand, we have 300 parking lots across the city. 130 have been identified for potential housing opportunities. So the original use of these lots, when they were first put up, was just for that purpose, to accommodate parking for to support tourism visitors, business owners in the area, and possibly residents as well. What would the impact be if two businesses and local businesses and tourism? What would the projected impact be to to that industry if we take those lots away and build houses?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. Again, Councillor Crisanti, this is the next step of work in trying to analyze all of the impacts to a change in use that we would bring back to council for consideration.
Okay, so I understand this is part of the process, but do you agree that these lots were put in for that purpose originally, to serve or to provide parking for either local business or residents or people visiting our city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think the parking portfolio at the City of Toronto is, the parking decisions were made decades ago. And I think that, the city has grown and evolved over that time. And I think that the city needs to look at its real estate portfolio and respond to the evolution over that time. With that being said, I think we do need to recognize that parking may be required and, work with our colleagues at the city, Pat Tobin as an example, to do an assessment of what those needs are. And again, I think, it's getting more difficult as we go along to satisfy all of the needs with the real estate that the city owns. It's getting more and more difficult. So, this report, these sites have active municipal uses, but they're underutilized. And there's more potential in these properties that we have to leverage.
Okay, that's fair, and that's a good answer. And I just want to make sure that our city is open to tourism, and our city is open to supporting local business downtown. It's already difficult to find parking in our city, so you're gonna report back and tell us those impacts and identify whether or not it's even feasible to move forward on these 130 lots. Am I correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, you're correct, Councillor.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Crisanti. Now, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, I just have a couple questions. As far as the TPA parking lots, so it's my understanding then Toronto Parking Authority would be bringing a report forward on the revenue on some of these parking lots where they're not generating a lot of revenue or people are not paying?
Through you, Deputy Speaker, I am aware of the fact that the Parking Authority is bringing a report to their board next week.
Okay.
I have reviewed the report in terms of overall impact to the Parking Authority in terms of the impact of what we're proposing in this report.
Yeah, because I do have some in my ward that are not used at all. Nobody uses it. It's just empty. And some of them are just not paying, But another question I have is, with Metrolinx, have we ever had any thought on Metrolinx? Some of these huge parking lots that Metrolinx has at the stations. I'm going to give you an example, the one in my ward at Weston and Lawrence. So they have about 400 parking spaces for the UP Express and the GO. Has there been any discussion at all if we can partner with Metrolinx on using some of these spaces for public parking?
So I think generally speaking, Deputy Speaker, and through this report, we've identified city-owned properties where those opportunities exist, and there have been conversations with Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario.
Okay, so there is a possibility. So if we want to create, if we need additional parking, then there's a possibility of a partnership with Metrolinx on using their space for public parking.
I think that was a different answer than what you asked.
Yeah, that was a different answer. Yeah. So am I correct? Not just, I'm just not talking about city-owned land, but I'm talking about some, Metrolinx sometimes, they have parking lots that's not utilized 24/7. If we're going to replace some of our own parking lots, city-owned parking lots, and develop, would we be able to partner with Metrolinx on providing some of this public parking? So we don't eliminate the parking, we're actually going to be adding. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does,
Okay.
Deputy Speaker, but just to be clear, this report really is focused on city-owned property.
No, I understand, but moving forward, is it possible that we can look at that as well?
I think through transportation planning and the Transit Expansion Office and with Creatio, I think those are possibilities.
Thank you.
And next up is Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Many of my colleagues have asked excellent questions that I had around affordable housing uses. I just have one question. To locate Toronto globally, how common would it be in a comparable cities, for example, like Lisbon or Rome or New York, Mexico City, to use city-owned lands for surface parking? Like where are we located in relation to global trends around how public lands, and in fact all lands, are being used given the growing scale of, and Toronto being the third largest city between the US and Canada?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we do not have that analysis.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to staff, just one question. Is the priority of the city more parking spots or more affordable housing currently?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think one of the challenges in working through real estate matters is all the various different policies that have been advanced by City Council that we are trying to achieve. So it's not as cut and dry as your question implies.
Okay. And in regards to TPA, Toronto Parking Authority, have they created more parking spaces downtown in the last, let's say, 5 years? I can think of two, 15 Wellesley Street West.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think on a net basis, Councillor, we don't believe they have increased their net spots. There have been a number of parking lots that have been redeveloped, and we continue to look at those as we are in this report. But I think on a net basis, they have not been acquiring new land for more parking. I think since the real estate model has been created or developed, they have not been able to really go out and acquire new property for expansion of parking.
And are we aware that, or given reason to believe, that the public is asking for more parking spaces downtown? Is there a need for it right now? Why are we talking about this today?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll try to answer on behalf of the Parking Authority, who would define the requirements for parking. But I would say no. I think as the city advances, and improvements in public transit, in cycling infrastructure, and supporting other modes, I would say no.
So do you feel that there's been a cultural shift in regards to how people get to around the city. Again, in the last little while, we know that Metro Links have had more trains coming to Union Station after the $1 billion rebuild. We know that we have new TTC streetcars and subway cars all coming down across the city and into the downtown core. So there are many, and to your point, we have bike share and other modes of getting across the city. So again, is cars a priority to us here in the city right now? Is there a need for more parking spaces?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I think what you're getting at is articulated in the official plan in terms of our priority of moving people away from single occupancy vehicles and reliance on the car. We're trying to build up other opportunities for people to get around by cycling, by transit, and other active transportation modes. So certainly all that's going on to expand our transit network is a good thing and should eventually reduce people's need to get around in cars. So that is where we're moving, and that is a priority for the city in the official plan.
Thank you for saying that out loud, because I don't think that was conveyed by the questions being asked by my colleagues. But thank you.
They want the car to go to.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. We'll go to the speakers. Mayor Chow, did you want to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed 14 of our colleagues asked questions that showed that we have a great deal of interest in building affordable housing. That's what this is about. And also to identify sites that we can find ways to maximize its use. It's no secret, we talk about it all the time. We have a housing crisis. We are losing young families because they can't afford to live in Toronto. We have problems recruiting staff that live in Toronto because city staff, some of them, is telling us that it is very expensive to live in the city. So we need to build more housing because our city is growing. We also need to build affordable housing. Well, how do we do that? Well, one of the ways is utilize the City of Toronto land. We've talked about the 80 to 90,000 people that are on our waiting list. And we do know that about a third of them, that's about 30,000, are seniors. And we're telling them that they have to wait 10, 13 years. Another third of them are families with children. And we are saying the same thing to them. And of course, others are single, some of them have multiple needs, and many of them work 2-3 shifts. They just can't afford it. They can't afford it. You can see how, because, well, 1 out of 10 Torontonians, some of them drive also, have to rely on food bank, and many of them are children. So renters are anxious. They're facing demo evictions. You know all that, right? So we said in last fall that we have a massive plan that we all supported, that we have a blueprint to build rental housing. We said we're going to do 65,000 rental housing. It's an ambitious goal. Well, how are we doing it? Well, this is one of the way, because that is part of the journey. We need to start. We start in November, identified some of the sites that is already being used and other sites that's available. The staff is working hard to build the housing and to bring people together. This is the next step, and there will be other steps. And it's urgent. We know that. We also know that we need to be creative, because we don't have all the financial means to build the housing. So to transform city-owned service parking lots into affordable housing is one way, and this review also say, review off-street parking lots close to transit for housing potential, review transit stations for housing potential, because we can certainly build around it, on top of it, identify potential transit stations for development, transit-oriented communities. Let me tell you, I lived in St. James Town, and it's right beside the Sherbourne subway station. My God, was it like 3 minutes I get to walk to the subway station. Never had to use a car. Well, sometimes I do, but other times I don't. And review community recreation centers for opportunities to co-locate housing. How perfect is that? Well, look at the St. Lawrence neighborhood. It's surrounded by community. Hey, there's a parking lot in there, but some are underground, right? And there's parking, but you don't see it necessarily. It's not that there is no parking. There's a park, there's community center, there's housing, affordable, condos, you name it. It's a complete neighborhood. There are other areas, because I used to be a local councillor in downtown. Look at the area at Kings. Kings had a lot of parking lots. This is the Spadina King area. And now, housing. Now we need more green space and all that, but I think we can, it doesn't mean that people are going to lose parking. It's not. It's just the parking will morph into another form, another built form. It could be above ground. It could be below ground. And the parking is still going to be there. So I don't think we need to worry about that. And there are a lot of potential in many sites across the city. It'll be close to transit, close to amenities, sites that represent hope for thousands of people. And through the questioning, I'm hearing, hey, why don't we go and develop sites that are losing money right now? Or, as the speaker said, nothing is happening on these sites. Why don't we use it, right? Because it's a bit of an eyesore, because it's a flat piece of land, and nothing is happening to it. So there are lots of good discussion on this council floor this morning, and I await to see different amendments. And this item is just a start. We have so much, we have a lot of work, because we had a housing crisis. And I see from the engagement of council members here, it's really encouraging, because the people of Toronto need us to leave no stone unturned when it comes to building desperately needed affordable housing. So I urge you all to support this item. Let's look at some of the amendments. I am sure that after a bit of discussion today, we'll have a really good map for going forward, road going forward, or to build housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm just going to assume that when we're putting out these lots, and that we're really focused on the public builder side and the social housing or affordable housing side, that these aren't being put out for, I'm interested in your thoughts on that. Is this a for-profit venture? Is this a non-profit venture? Is this a building, having other non-profits partner with us to build, or co-ops? But what's our underlying assumption about who would be the final user or recipient of these lands and the way we would build on them?
It is city land, and the people that are doing the building may be private sector, any number of them that have a lot of experience working with us. And as long as it is kept affordable and that there's a mixed income in it, and I would imagine maybe 50-60% of it would be market housing, which is like cooperatives, and a good 30-40%. It depends on the site, depends on the density, it depends on the speed, it depends on who are our partners. Ultimately, because this is a city site, it should remain in the public hands as to eventually, like, the final ownership of
Yes.
it. But it could be cooperatives, it could be land trusts, it could be mixed income, it could be part condo, part co-op, any number of creative ideas. Let's not limit ourselves, but in my mind, we have to deal with that 90,000 people
Right.
that are on our waiting list. So whichever way we can maximize, and now I don't want to have 80% subsidized housing. We've seen it
Yes.
not work. So it has to be mixed income as to how it would be built, what form, what percentage, depends on the density, depends on the site. Ultimately, it really should remain in public hands.
Is that something that we need to have clear here? It might not be clear at the moment.
Oh, it is very clear already in previous report.
That's what it needs to be.
There is a the report that we approved in November that are, multi-pages long.
Yes.
It actually have a complete blueprint as to how we're going to build these housing. And this is one of the steps.
Correct.
But the principle of all that we need to do that guide our blueprint and how we move forward, all those principles are already past this council.
Yes.
And the staff is already working hard at it.
So a for-profit only model on our parking lots. and
Would
these
not make sense.
Would not make sense. That's not the direction you
But
feel you gave
If it's
in the report.
100% for profit, then we're losing the opportunity to have it.
So
It
any
could be a for
start.
profit, but as long as the profit gets put, a good percentage of it get put back
Yes,
into,
understood.
to make other sites or other units affordable.
But we don't have that
That's what we call
percentage
mixed
yet.
income.
We
Pardon?
don't have that percentage outlined yet. We don't have that clear. If staff are moving in a different direction, they need to understand that that was decided in the fall, that
It
we
was
have
decided
a
in the
new
fall.
approach, and
That's right.
that every single site that we have, that we're bringing to the table, will always have affordable component or an IGI, RGI, or both component, despite the fact it may have for-profit as well,
Absolutely.
correct?
Yeah. If you look at the previous, at the Housing Now guidelines, the problem with some of those guidelines is that it could only remain affordable for
40 years.
Exactly, 40 years, which means that what's going to happen after that?
Right.
Right? Then we are creating a situation that is it's a problem. So we need to look at how to have affordable housing that is sustainable.
So
And there are many models out there, and it has worked in the past. It's worked for many decades.
So
Okay,
Sorry.
thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, I wondered if I could just continue on some of the points that Councillor Fletcher was raising with you. Could you maybe just help us to clearly understand the role that the private sector can play in terms of addressing the complex challenge that this city is actually facing, recognizing what you've stated about the parking lots and so on, and the not-for-profit, but also a percentage portion could be such. I wonder, because they're listening to you today, I'm just wondering if you could maybe just be just a little bit clearer on how you see them playing a role in addressing the challenges that the city is facing.
Well, I will use an example in your own board, Councillor. In that case, it was a joint effort from the
1230,
city.
is that 1236 Birchmount?
That's right. There's any number of them.
Yeah.
There's a joint effort through some of it is through the Open Doors
Right.
program, where there's exemption of development levies and any number of municipal charges. There are other forms where a nonprofit group would get funding. We have some funding from both the federal and the provincial government. Through the federal is the Housing Accelerator Fund. The province, you recall, gave us a gigantic check because we met the target.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. It was a big check, and we welcome those big checks. I take them anytime. So we can provide some funding support. The builder actually is a private company, but the people that owns it or that are living in it, a good percentage of it, it's affordable. And so as to finally how it's shaped, there are many ways. There's, as I said, there's cooperative, it could be TCH, which is Toronto Community Housing.
Right.
It could belong to the city, it could belong to a nonprofit group, whether it's Green Community Center or in your area. I know, Madam Speaker, that you have the partnership organization that's been there. LLEF, which is, that has 30 years of experience, right? So
Right.
there are many churches, nonprofit groups that are really excited in finally being able to build housing, and they will partner with us. And there are other corporations that said, we as developers know how to do this,
Right.
work with us. So we can bring all of that together.
Two other elements. One is cutting through the red tape as part of the planning process that tends to take a lot of time. And then maybe have you speak to that, and then perhaps also to speak to modular housing in terms of obviously rapidly escalating and moving it faster.
Yep.
And on modular housing, there seems to be an issue with bank financing. I don't know if that's been brought to your attention at this point.
Yes.
Just wondering if you could just speak to that in general.
I've met with, just starting from the back end there,
Sure.
I've met with the CEO separately of CIBC, TD, BMO, and Royal, RBC. And they're all very interested in working with the city to build housing. Also CMHC, they are looking at different models, because financing is a big problem right now, given
Sure.
the high construction cost and the inflation rate. It's still at 5% in terms of interest, right? So financing is a problem. So there are different conversations going on right now, very active, with the housing minister, the federal housing minister. We had a 45 minutes conversation about how the federal government through CMHC can work with the banks and with the City of Toronto and with other sectors, how they could connect together to build housing. In terms of in the City of Toronto, we have shaved 200 days in terms of approval process because it's now faster. The circulation of this proposal used to be months, sometimes years. It's now a lot faster.
Right.
It's a couple of weeks. And if it's a condominium, for example, the registration is fast.
Yeah.
Anywhere from 10 minutes to a day. It used to be weeks, months. So the staff is working hard, and that they're piloting that in the Toronto East York Council, area, and it's going to be expanded very rapidly across the city. So the staff is seized with this question of how can we approve the housing, whether it's affordable or not, especially affordable, how can we approve it as quickly as we can?
Right, and I know you answered the financing piece, but Mayor, on the modular housing piece, I was just wondering whether or not you're supporting that.
that was
I just
your last,
wanted
you're over
to-
5 minutes.
No, Speaker.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
if, modular housing is welcome, especially the provincial government. They see that as a way to build housing faster and more affordable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker.
Questions?
Mayor Chow, you said something in your remarks that caught my attention, and I wondered if you could elaborate. You talked about the surface parking and how it could change into another form. Could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Because I used to represent downtown Toronto, I'm familiar with buildings where the parking, some get in underground, others are above ground. So the first 3 or 4 stories are above ground. So there are still parking available. It's just that that lot that only have 1 floor becomes, if it is on the main road, for example, it could be 6-story or 8-story. Well, financially, there's a certain, because parking underground, building parking underground is expensive, above ground is slightly better, but the density matters as to how you build and ensure that there's still parking available for all the neighborhood and for all the people that come. I'll just use a parking lot in Kensington Market. And Kensington Market is a lot of people, a lot of stores,
Yes.
very busy. And it has a half underground, half above ground parking. So, and that belongs to the City of Toronto.
Right, so the idea is where it's a surface lot, you could then dig down and create a bigger parking lot maybe, and then build on top of it. Is that the proposal before us, though?
No. The proposal is really asking us to identify these spots that belongs to TPA, right? Especially around the area that have a subway station.
Yes.
Or a transit corridor. Think about, I know Crosstown, Eglinton Crosstown hasn't opened. It will eventually open.
Yes.
I have faith. Well, hopefully. But all along Eglinton, right? And the houses there and the parking there is really, really very, 1 or 2 story. That whole area could be developed with a bit more density, whether it's 6 or 8 story, gentle, not huge, so that there are more eyes on the street, for example, so it's not completely skyscraper. But because it's so close to the transit corridor, those land are going to be really valuable. So let us find those lands, plan, and so that, you understand why planning ahead is important.
Of course.
If not, we'll just be left behind. So what this is to say, let's plan ahead. We know where the transit stations are going to be. We know there are already quite a lot. Let's find those parking spots, a parking area, and really potential look at development around transit stations.
So people are going to ask about it because maybe they use the parking lots. And I think of Islington Station where they closed the parking lot. They didn't put one back. They just decided not to. They just decided to build. I want to be able to answer inquiries and help set expectations as to whether or not as a city, if we take away a parking lot, that we're going to look to put the spots back. If they're underground, so what, right?
Yeah.
And I want to be realistic and plain about it with people that ask.
It's important to put parking spots beside subway station. Because
Yes.
some people drive to the Islington, they park there for 6-7 hours, jump into the subway station, and go where we want those mixed nodal kind of transportation. Go transit station again, Same thing. They need the parking in order to get people to get into the station. Those are important. So for us to just eliminate it makes no sense. And I don't think TDC would support that either anyway, because it hurts their ridership. So that's defeat the purpose. However, if that station, if that parking lot, we can build on top of it, but also, make sure that there are enough parking space for people to get into the station, then that's worthwhile.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment to move here to recommendation number 1. It's very simply just requesting that staff work in collaboration with the Toronto Parking Authority to ensure that the review of the city's assets takes into consideration both the year-round utilization rate of those Green P parking lots and prioritizes for consideration the facilities functioning at a net operating loss. So you can see the amendment just at the bottom to recommendation number 1. You know, we are in a housing crisis, as the mayor spoke to extensively there, and the City of Toronto is looking at every tool available at its disposal to move the dial on housing supply. Increasing housing supply, more housing options in more neighborhoods, and providing more options for people. I think, like a lot of people have suggested, one of the first things we need to look at is our own City of Toronto assets, and surface parking lots are often not the highest and best use of land use, particularly around transit stations. I want to commend the mayor for continuing to move this forward. I think this is a really important step for the City of Toronto and builds on some of the work that was underway. I can speak to my experience as a councillor in Beaches East York, where I think we actually built one of the first housing projects with our partners at Wood Green, modular housing, supportive housing site at, on a surface parking lot in East York. And that was certainly not easy to do at the time, and for the staff who are still in the room, they know that that was really challenging. But today, with our operator, Wood Green, we are providing supportive housing for 52 residents, and it has been absolutely transformative in their lives. And while that parking lot had significant utilization on the September long weekend when we host big baseball tournaments across the street at Stan Wadlow Park, the reality is for much of the year, it really wasn't heavily utilized. So it behooves us, given the context in the world that we're living in right now, that we have to look at these assets and see if we can get more value out of them and tackle the number one issue facing most people here in the city, which is access to housing that they can afford. And this isn't the only one that we've done in Beaches East York. In fact, we're also moving forward right now on 72 Amroth. And Creatio and Vic Gupta and Abby Vaughn from the Housing Secretariat have been doing really incredible work as we build a missing middle prototype on that site. That site was part of a review of different city assets in the area where we could build out a prototype for missing middle housing, the type of gentle density that we want to see in neighborhoods. And lo and behold, we uncovered 72 Amroth. And for folks who are not familiar, corner of Danforth and Woodbine, behind the Value Village, it's a Green Pea parking lot. And what's interesting about this one, while I know it's not a universal blanketed sort of context everywhere, this is 130 meters from Woodbine subway station, and it's a surface parking lot that loses money. I was trying to get those questions answered earlier, but this one loses money for the City of Toronto, meaning it costs us more to operate that parking lot than we receive in revenue coming back from the parking. It's a very low utilization rate compared to other sites like we'll hear about Kipling and others where, you know, every day you got 1,000 cars in the parking lot. So I think it's important for us to recognize that it's not one size fits all across the city and all of the geography. We are talking about, you know, generally speaking, the second screening tool was surface parking lots that were in MTSAs, major transit station areas. That makes a lot of sense. But I think we can add another layer when we look at, like, okay, are there other examples like 72 Amroth where you have transit proximity and you have an asset that's actually losing the city money, costing us more to operate it every year than it's bringing it in. So I think this is the right direction to go. I would just exercise a bit of caution that there will be some sites where the parking problem is a real problem. And, folks who advocate for that or recognize it, and it's many of our residents, they shouldn't be admonished for that. We should actually roll up our sleeves and figure out how we're going to solve that parking. Just back to the Cedarvale site of our modular, we lost, I think it was 88 parking spots on that, and that's no small number in an East York neighborhood where there are a lot of parking constraint challenges. We were able to add 91. Now, I'm not saying it's, Class A parking space surface lot next to the park, and what they got was the same thing.
5
seconds. Through
seconds.
creative measures, we were able to find different ways to do it. We added 91 parking spaces. So we
Thank
got to
you.
figure it out. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
We do have questions for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Bradford, I appreciate and support what I heard you say. I just want to make sure the words don't inadvertently trip us up. So I agree that lots where there's very little parking demand make good candidates. When you say prioritize, though, a way of reading it would say, well, even if the lot, if the lot makes money, don't consider it as a priority. Could we just say, instead of prioritize for consideration, just say, and consider the facilities functioning at a net operating loss? So that way, sites like the one you were just describing, where you're replacing surface with subsurface or above surface, don't get screened out.
Yeah, so I don't think the intention is to screen anything out. When I heard our DCM answer questions, he said that there was 2 lenses or priorities that they looked at when they identified the 130 sites. The first was the zoning, and the second was the MTSA requirement. This would be a third thing to look at, but it's not like one is trumping the other. I think it's just, 72 Amroth as the experience I'm most familiar with. It's like, yeah, this is a no-brainer. This is a site 130 meters from transit, and it's losing money. But I wouldn't say, like, if there's ones where we are making money, we wouldn't do that. I just want that formally as part of the evaluation. My understanding, there's about 23 or 24 TPA sites that check this box, and like, let's evaluate that, let's elevate that, and focus on those ones.
You know what, with that explanation, and I'm sure staff heard it, that this isn't going to be used as a way of screening things out, but only a way of adding things in, we can probably just let it go.
Awesome.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. And I am aware of 72 Amroth, and I'm not aware of any of it being promoted as having any affordable element to it, including at the public pop-up by City Planning and Create TO. Not City Planning, by Create TO and who was your other partner there? City Planning and Create TO. So I'm not sure if how that got missed.
How does that relate to the amendment?
Well, I'm just asking you, you just made a speech about 72 Amroth, how important it is to
But is
use
this a
it.
question?
Sorry.
Fletcher, it's clarification of his motion.
Well, okay. It's not there, but you did speak about it. So maybe I'll speak about it when I speak, because
Okay.
it's not included.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I won't be supporting this. That's not going to be a surprise to Council. It's not going to be a surprise to me that Council will support these policies. I mean, after all, there are a couple of things I've seen through this chamber before. The first is this idea that we can dump city assets, but we're not going to take the money that we get from that and give it back to the taxpayers. No. We're going to use that to subsidize housing with it and give it to a select bunch. So that's policy 1. And of course, policy number 2 is war on the car. It's like the perfect melding of the two things in the eyes of some of my colleagues. But, members of council, more reports are going to come back, but what I really hope you would do is do your homework. And maybe, just maybe, you should go out to the lots and ask the people that use them what they think. So this is a picture of the Kipling lot. I think I took it yesterday morning. And I don't know if it's 700 or 1,000 cars, whatever the capacity is, it's pretty full. But go there in the morning and ask the people what they think. Ask them on their way in to the subway or to the GO train. Ask them on their way into work, on their way to school. You know, what do you think of this lot? Should we dig it up, close it down, and turn it into housing and give some of that away? Should you change your life to make it is it walkable and livable city? Rearrange your life for that? Ask them. Ask them what they think. Ask them what they'll do if there's no more lot, whether they'll drive into the city or maybe just get a job somewhere else. I don't know. Ask them if they'll visit downtown. And if you're brave enough after that, head on over, and this is just, you know, for example, this is the Royal York subway station. There's Bloor Street there. There's a number of businesses, and there's a lot in behind. Ask the seniors, why are you parking here? Ask the people that are in the accessible spot, what do you think? What do you think of the $1.50 per half hour that you pay to use the facilities? Is that enough? Should it be more? Should it be less? Should we turn that into more housing and ask them what they'll do? But I ask you to do one thing when you do that, Speaker, and I'm more than happy to lend it. Actually, this came up today. This is the big check. And why did the city get it? They got it because we exceeded our housing target by 51%. But take the picture along with you and talk to the people that are using those parking spaces and ask them if they think they're important and whether or not we should convert it to housing, but show them this. Remind them that we exceeded our target. And see what you think about the feedback. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to echo a lot of the comments that my colleagues have said and want to point out that every meeting since Mayor Chow's term began, we have taken concrete steps to address the housing crisis in these chambers, in the work we do at committee, and in our communities. And on this item, we are continuing our hard work. Across Toronto and across Spadina, Fort York, we want everyone who lives here to be able to imagine a future here, and housing affordability is one of the most significant barriers to that. We have seen it and heard it over and over again. And there is no single solution to this crisis, no magic wand that will address it in one fell swoop. This crisis has been developed over many years of inaction and poor choices that we're course correcting now. We know that we need a multi-pronged approach to solving the housing crisis, and this includes examining all city assets like our TTC stations, our parking lots, and properties in our ownership to see where the city can build truly affordable housing and complete communities wherever we can. In my ward, we've already taken first steps, being among the city's first shovel-ready sites. At Dundas and Ossington, we are building 100 new units on a green pea parking lot. This site will be home to a minimum of 30% affordable units. It will be pushing forward our climate leadership objectives as one of the first mass timber structures for residential with geothermal heating. This site is an incredible example of the good work the city can do when we think creatively and innovatively, look at our assets, and take the steps forward to create public, affordable housing that is setting the bar higher. Let's take the examples of sites like this. Let's find the path forward together. Let's start building, and let's create that truly affordable City of Toronto for all of us that we've been working towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, can I go next after Councillor Moyes? Just getting my motion ready.
Okay, you know, if you're moving a motion, please try to prepare in time before you speak.
Chris, he got to go next.
No, he says he has a motion. There's nothing up here that says he has a motion. Councillor Moyes, if you're preparing a motion, you need to let the staff know way in advance. Councillor Moyes has agreed to have Councillor Fletcher speak before him. Councillor Fletcher.
That motion is ready. Maybe it's not, and I have to bump down in front of Councillor Ainsley, which he would agree to.
You have a motion as well?
Yes, but it's just being tidied. It's almost finished. Getting close. I don't want to make her mad. I don't want to
Okay,
make her
Councillor
mad.
Moyes, are you ready to speak?
He's always ready.
Okay, Councillor Moyes to speak. Just a sec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. Just wanted to say that I do support the Mayor's initiative here. You know, I had a conversation with Dr. Davila about 2 weeks ago, and she mentioned that she visited New York recently, and they house about 600,000 people per night in their shelter system. 600,000 people. And as we know here in Toronto, we house about 114,000 people a night. And even though there is a difference in the population between New York and Toronto, if you had to do the percentage, it's actually quite higher in New York. My case management in Toronto Centre, I would say 75% of people come to my office is around housing and the crisis that they are in when it comes to housing. Also, too, recently I had a meeting with one of the CEOs here in Toronto asking me if it's possible to perhaps create space, perhaps using section funds, so that some of the workers in the hospitals can actually perhaps stay there or live there because of the affordability crisis we're in. And they themselves find it hard to retain staff because they have to commute or move elsewhere outside the city. So these are just some of the things that I have seen and experienced in my own ward, and housing is a big part of that issue. So we have to look outside the box and try to figure out how to try and mitigate the crisis that we're in. And if looking at TPA lots across the city is part of that strategy, then so be it. I've also noticed that one of my colleagues looked at having a linear park on the Scarborough SRT. Perhaps we should look at those sort of spaces as well. For example, you know, the stations of the SRT. Why can't we convert those into perhaps housing, perhaps, for those who are most marginalized in our city? I think we have to look at every tool in the toolbox to make that feasible. We don't want to be the next New York City. We want to get ahead of this issue the best that we can to try to address this in a way that is sustainable and help those that are most marginalized in our community. So again, I do support the Mayor's initiative on this matter. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Speaker. First, I would just like to mention that the wonderful snacks from behind are all the way from beautiful Ward 23, an amazing Italian bakery, Francesca's, that's been in our community for 20 years, so please enjoy them. I rise also just to speak in favor of this motion as TTC Chair. So we've been doing something very similar on TTC parking lots through the Housing Now TO program, where we have some amazing developments that are underway, particularly the ones at Kennedy Stations. We have proposals at the parking lots for Warden and Victoria Park, as well as Islington and Kipling Station. I think this is an amazing opportunity to build some desperately needed affordable housing in our city, but I'll also put on my Ward 23 councillor hat and say that, it's a reality that a lot of people in our city need to drive. And when you drive, you need an ability to park your car somewhere. And I think we have to find that balance, but I think when it comes to the prioritization of whether we build affordable housing or provide parking, we need to build housing. So I think there's a way forward to build the housing that we all want to see built, but also provide, spaces for people to park their car until we build the transit that we need to build so that people have that option of not having to drive their car everywhere, that they can actually have accessible, convenient, and safe public transit to get to where they're going throughout the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for letting me pop in front of you today. I have some motions, please.
Okay.
And staff have been very patient with me developing them. Thank you.
Okay, there's the motion on the screen.
Yes, basically what we've heard is the annual profit and losses associating with each lot, any long-term impact on city revenues. In other words, some lots bring in more money than others, and the cost to replace any parking in new developments. So we're really clear if that's really something that might be possible or not. And then there is a lot that isn't actually a parking lot that got bought for parking, sitting on Gerrard right at Broadview, which is very transit rich. I'd like to see if we could advance that for affordable housing, because it's a good sized lot for an 8 or so 9-story building on a main street. And lastly, that we really need to be clear after my questioning of the mayor as to her report and council direction, that for any lots that we're currently redeveloping or considering, they're on the twinkle in the eye or on a list somewhere, that affordable housing is job one. And I started asking Councillor Bradford about that for the 72 Amroth. There may be that lot, there may be other lots where we've started on since November, and that we need to recalibrate a bit to make sure that any of these assets that we're using, we are using, as the mayor said, they aren't 40 years, they aren't 25 years, the long-term 99 years. In other words, it means it stays a city asset as long as that building's up, it's a city asset, and the affordability quotient in that development is sustained. I agree that at 40 years, we're going to be looking up there in some of these housing now sites that we've negotiated, wondering what to do with those units. And remember, they're 30% of each site. So we're talking hundreds that would come due. So this is a very different approach that there's no coming due. They're always ours. We're happy to share the land with you. We're happy to share a building on it with you. But here's what we want. We have to have affordable on every site. We're not saying how much. And it has to be in the city's hands forever and a day and maintain apartment affordability or housing affordability for those folks. Why I'm asking to have this, and I questioned Mr. Jollymore about it, is that we've brought forward all kinds of parking lots so far. Oh, here's a good one, here's a good one, this is great. We've never looked at the financial impact. Mr. Caforti isn't there. Maybe he's out tearing his hair out in the back or eating some good pastries. But we've never checked to say, what's the impact? Is that the best lot to start with? We have so many lots to start with. And by the way, the majority of them are near transit. They're on our main streets. The majority of TPA lots, and correct me if I'm wrong, are on Danforth, they're on Eglinton, they're on Queen Street, they're on Dundas, they're on College. They're on places that had small business strips, and the TPA for many years had a policy to support parking for the retail on the main streets, such as Bloor Street, in Bloor Street West, Bloor West Village, and also in behind all of the subway. And let's not forget, as somebody has mentioned, I think Councillor Speaker Nunziata, that sometimes they operate as commuter lots. People are coming there in the morning and then they're taking their car there and they're going on transit. So it's not just, I think that what we're missing here often is we get very excited and just like Lola, off we go in a direction without really looking at a 360 everything that has to get brought to bear here. How many are commuter parking lots, like the big one that somebody was talking about, or the one out in Councillor Ainsley's area, which is a metro lot? But we have some of the one that Councillor Holiday was talking about at Kipling. That's a commuter parking lot. Can we take that and add, we have many parking lots that have stacked parking all over the city. That's an idea that brings up an, what? Sorry, are you talking to me? Oh. That there's many forms and many ways to do things, but we have to be holistic, we have to be smart, we have to start with the least functioning and worst performing, and we have to have affordable, no matter what happens, there has to be affordable housing on our lands. And that's rule number one, and I want that very clear in my motion, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'll be supporting this report. I want to thank staff for all of the work that they've done on it. We've had a lot of discussions around housing and what type of housing and affordable housing is very much needed. A couple of nights ago, I had one of my monthly town hall meetings, and I can see the winds changing in Scarborough. I had residents in a town hall meeting actually standing up and asking me, why is it taking so long to build garden suites in Toronto? Why can't we have more garden suites in Scarborough? They asked about multi-tenant housing. They asked about laneway suites, Councillor Perks. I had to explain, no laneway suites in Scarborough, but they were asking about multi-tenant housing. I'll build one for you, Councillor Cole. But when I look at this report, I can't, and you know, when we're talking about housing, one of the other things that came up was around Toronto Parking Authority and why we can't build more affordable housing. You know, what are we doing to create more supply in Toronto to hopefully bring down rent? And they raised the example, my residents raised the example that was used in the papers last week of Toronto Parking Authority lots. And I actually have 2 lots in my ward. I only have 2 Toronto Parking Authority lots in my ward. They're on Granby Avenue and Bushby. I keep confusing the 2. But anyway, so going back almost 30 years, I've had 2 parking lots there. They're actually within walking distance of what's going to be the new subway station at the Scarborough Town Centre. They're probably 2 of the most underutilized Toronto Parking Authority lots in the entire city, within walking distance of the SRT, but what's going to be the new Scarborough the first station on the Scarborough subway extension. The beauty of those lots is that if you drive today, you can go to either one of those lots, pay $6.25, and you can park on that lot for 24 hours for $6.25. Those lots have a combined capacity, I think, of about 200 spots. On a daily basis, they might get 20 cars on those lots. So I'm very happy to see both of those be used for housing. The only thing that I would suggest, and I mentioned to staff when this proposal was first brought to me, is when we're looking at utilizing and building on Toronto Parking Authority lots, is definitely look into the surrounding community, because the first proposal that was brought to me around height and density for these 2 lots compared to adjacent properties that are in private ownership, one at McCowan and Ellesmere that's soon to see a Freshco knocked down and buildings built on it, much taller than what was being proposed by Create TO and staff for the 2 lots. But as I said, I'm fully supportive of this work. We need affordable housing. We have to, people need places to live. And I'm glad to see the winds of change are coming in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I was just wondering if my motion's ready. It's not. Okay. I I just really feel sorry for Scarborough because it doesn't have any lanes. Councillor McKelvey, why are there no lanes in Scarborough?
Well, hold on, if you have a
Anyways,
motion, if you have a
wait.
motion, you don't have it, you
got me
can't
off
speak.
track with the lane. I feel sorry for
Well, okay,
Scarborough.
okay.
Okay.
You have to wait, your motion is not ready.
Is it ready?
No, it's not ready.
It's not ready. Okay.
Oh, so you don't want a motion? Wow.
I was going to move a motion for please build some lanes
Okay,
in
go
Scarborough,
ahead,
but anyways.
go ahead.
Okay, yes.
I guess everyone's had too much coffee today, eh?
I had just 2 espressos, that's all.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead,
No
go
motion.
ahead. Go
Okay?
ahead, speak.
I'll move the Scarborough Lane motion next week.
Okay.
Okay, just, again, you know, it's unfortunate in a way that one of the biggest landholders in Toronto, public landholders, never is asked to step up to the table or the plate to basically do their part. And that's the TDSB. I mean, I've got this huge piece of property at Dufferin and Lawrence. The TDSB owns it. It's been leased to a private school from some foreign country for decades. And it sits there, and I'm trying to get some housing built there for a small church, San Lorenzo Church, and they won't even talk to us. And they're sitting right next to a subway station, major arterial, and sure, it's great, but they could have the private school as part of a housing project, but, so they're sitting, and in Lawrence Heights, I've got 2 half-empty schools, and they won't cooperate with us in building phase 2 and 3 of the Lawrence Heights affordable housing project. That's the TDSB. I'm sure there's acres and acres all over the city that they could build, like they did North Toronto Collegiate, where they did build the North Toronto Collegiate as part of the new development there off Broadway. But anyways, that's another thing. It's ironic that we're beating ourselves up trying to find housing lots with a green pea, etc. Meanwhile, the TSB is sitting on thousands of acres that could be also used for housing. The other thing I want to mention is that we have a very active site that I hope we're getting close to at Dufferin and Eglinton, where it's the Short Street parking lot, where we've got an ideal site for housing, affordable housing plus private sector housing. And that is underway, and I just hope we can expedite it because we've got some great potential partners there. And it's right on the Ghost line, the Eglinton crosstown there, that one day, One Century will open. But anyway, so that's coming along Short Street parking lot, and I hope we can get that done. The other thing I want to mention is that each parking lot has a different dynamic, so it's not going to be the solution for all of our housing problems, but it should be in the mix. Some fit, some don't. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, as some people have mentioned. But I just think in terms of the home building, affordable housing building, I would also like to mention that there are ways of doing it, and I keep referring to the fact is that thanks to Create TO and Toronto Community Housing and everyone, and the RENA Foundation, we built a 19-story affordable housing complex for people with developmental disabilities on a very small lot, again, with the cooperation of the RENA Foundation, with the cooperation of a benefactor, the Frankfurt family. And that building is now under construction. And that happened in rapid time. Within 2 years, we began the construction process. And hopefully within a year, the tenants, the RENA Foundation, those with developmental disabilities, will be able to move in. So that can be done, and that was done because of Abby Bond, and as I said, everybody at Create TO and in our planning department. So it's doable. And people, a few people objected. As you know, the first objection they always make with any housing project, they say, It's too many stories, and it causes parking.
5 seconds.
I said, well, wait a minute, I think that's what it said.
I didn't shut it off. It came off on its own.
Okay.
Well, the reason that is because I forgot to put your timer on. So you're almost 6 minutes, Councillor Cole.
Oh, am
so
I?
you're
Okay,
done.
I'm just trying to get mixed
You're
signals.
done.
But anyways, you know what when people objected it was going to cause parking problems, I said, well, people with developmental disabilities, unfortunately, don't have cars.
Okay, thank you.
And therefore, don't object to the housing because you're going to say it's going to cause more parking problems or
Thank
traffic
you.
problems. Let's get those clocks straight.
Councillor Pasternak. Is Councillor Pasternak here? No. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Fletcher already spoke. Okay, Councillor Carroll?
I'm just waiting for my mic. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Similarly, I don't have a motion. Madam Speaker, the only reason I wanted to speak, I know you got a long speakers list, but I'm kind of frustrated with some of the discussion and questions today because they don't match up for me with the policy work that we've done over the last few years. We have, in fact, adopted a policy, and I myself expressed concern about it, that we can radically reduce the parking as we develop condos. And what I've said over a number of applications is we have to be careful about that in the suburbs. We don't have the same sort of rich supply of, older streets and longer streets where you might fit in the visitor parking. I call it the boyfriend parking. You live in a condo. If there's no visitor parking, your boyfriend comes and doesn't leave that night. Where does he park? Those are challenges. We're addressing those. But the concern over saving parking around transit is confusing to me. Because long ago, a good decade ago, we adopted an understanding here, and it's worded differently in policy, but essentially what we said was, take transit to transit. We cannot afford anymore to design a transit system so that everyone gets in a car and drives to it. Take transit to transit. All 3 orders of government have invested billions, literally billions, so that the entire GTHA has transit networks, BRTs, more buses than ever before, LRTs, and so on and so forth, just to get people to our core rail system. There are ways to take transit to transit everywhere. We ask for all-night buses, we ask for more buses, we ask for prioritized lanes. That's a fundamental shift from where I grew up in Don Mills. Madam Speaker, we probably have a similar memory. I can remember in the 60s, how you lived in Don Mills was you owned one car. It was likely a station wagon. Don Mills had lots of nicknames. But every mom got up, and the first thing she did was drive her husband to the bus station that was a long way away. It was often 2 or 3 kilometers away. And then he took that bus stop to the subway station that only went as far as Eglinton. So you did what you could so he didn't have the long walk, and you shortened his bus ride, and eventually he got to Eglinton. Madam Speaker, what that meant was a big part of the morning rush hour was the cars driving around neighborhoods just getting men to transit. Now we all work. We all go out the door at the same time. We have kids who can easily take, if not a school bus, they can easily take transit to school. We've made it free for them to do so in their first year and a half, 2 years of middle school. We've made it free for them to do that. We have made bus routes go further into subdivisions, deeper into subdivisions, and in some cases for shift workers run all night so that you can take transit all the way home. And we have done everything we can to extend our transit network, and we continue to do so. The province has invested hugely in this, so that the GTA really only needs to get to our city limits, and then using a fare integration policy that is now underway and is gradually becoming a fully integrated fare integration policy, you only need to get to those city limits, and you're not going to pay a huge extra fare to get on that transit. And that's why we can let go of this notion that there needs to be a giant parking lot at the beginning of every rail line in the middle of the suburbs. We can't afford not to use that real estate for housing. And it should be the most marketable housing possible because there it sits beside a rail line. And the only policy that is important is that we don't reserve that housing only for the well-to-do. If we're going to build rail all the way out into the suburbs, we want to put housing right beside that station. Some of it has got to be affordable, and people can take transit to transit if they can't just walk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate the mayor and, of course, staff on this initiative. It is almost like Housing Now Phase 2. We went through the Housing Now, and we learned a lot about what can be done with municipal parking lots. And we have a site that at one point held 800 cars a day. That was before the pandemic. And when they selected that site, it created a lot of friction among commuters who park and, of course, between housing advocates. But at the end of the day, we found a compromise. And I am hopeful that in the coming months, the mayor will help me break ground on the Housing Now site at 50 Wilson Heights.
Yes.
This will be a mixed development in which you have for-profit units, approximately 1,000, and 600 affordable units.
Bravo.
But we are not stopping in New York Center. In the coming years, we will be building a city within a city of 110,000 people on the Downsview lands. In the coming days, Bombardier will operate for the last time in Downsview and free up about 370 acres. At the same time, there's about 150 acres of federal lands that combined will provide one of the biggest planning files in the country. We've already worked in the William Baker area, which is federal lands to the northwest of Downsview, in which we negotiated for 20% affordable in a development plan. And at the same time, we worked with Create.to and the good people, the great work of Vic Gupta and his team on the Allen East District, in which we're going for about 10%. And while the downtowns were struggling between 2018, 2022 in securing affordable housing, we negotiated over 300 affordable ownership and affordable rental units in the Tippett regeneration area. That is a place that already had a daycare. The mayor graciously came up to help cut the ribbon for our beautiful daycare. And in the coming weeks, our new park will go under construction. At the end of the day, the Tippett regeneration area will have about 3,000 units, rental, and of course, ownership, 10% of which will be affordable. There's no one single solution to our housing crisis. We must look at every possible option, not just for building, but we must also look at portable benefits and, of course, rent supplement agreements. We must breathe new life and new money into those two programs and make sure that when we build, it makes sense, that the people who are most in need get the units they do need. I can tell you that probably over the last 10 years, I've had a staff member who is dedicated in whole or in part to doing intake for those who need affordable housing, those who are in crisis, whether they need to get into a TCH building or some other affordable housing solution. And I can tell you firsthand that the crisis is real, the need is real, and that the city has an obligation, in partnership with the other two levels of government, to do everything we can to have multiple housing options with our private sector partners and with our nonprofits and charitables to build as much housing as we can and to make as much of that housing stock affordable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and if staff can place my motion on the screen, it's asking to add the words affordable commercial retail spaces as part of recommendation 5. And this motion, and I'm happy to have the support of the mayor and staff on this, speaks to a growing conversation in the city, one that I've had with varying demographics by generation, geography, race, and class in the city is Toronto livable? And I think that's the fundamental question that is before us in all of our major city building decisions. Is Toronto livable? And central to that is affordability. So I'm happy, as I shared earlier, that we are capturing the need to create affordable spaces for our young people, for families. Part of that is not just building housing, because we do know we need it to be accessible and affordable. Supply alone won't take us there. And the livable question, the second pillar beyond affordability, is the amenities and the spaces. So I'm happy to see the focus on community amenities, community spaces. And why I'm adding this as part of that discussion and support with staff and the mayor is to include the language and the efforts to create independent opportunities for independent mom and pop shops to have affordable commercial retail spaces. Because throughout the pandemic and now, we've seen a flight of the working and middle class in Toronto. And when we reflect on the conversations on safety, crime, and when you look at the academic literature on how and where cities go wrong, it's when we have an increasing divide between those who have and those who have not. And when we reflect on what can we do to keep a diverse class demographic in our neighborhoods, we have to reflect on the opportunities. And part of that is the reality is many folks in our inner suburbs will drive to a major transit, a short drive. And I'll give you a specific example. In all 6 of my major neighborhoods in Scarborough Southwest, if you were to do transit to transit, and it's a great concept, but the reality, and we've got to look at the facts, in every one of my 6 major neighborhoods, it's a 20-minute walk. There's space or residences, houses, homes, 20-minute walk to the bus stop, a 10-minute wait for the bus, a 20-minute bus ride to Warden, Kennedy Station, or Victoria Park Station. That's 50 minutes just to get to the major transit hub. So we have to be cognizant and reflective on this reality that many will now drive to Warden, Kennedy, or Victoria Park Station and then take the majority of their transit journey downtown. We should not vilify that. We should be careful about our language because these are the realities that people are facing and now making the decision to move to Durham, to move to York Region, to move to Peel. So we've got to be reflective of how we ensure the policy directions and programs we undertake ensure we keep a diverse class society in Toronto. So I applaud this decision. We need affordable spaces. We need to reflect on how the spaces we create through policy, through planning, are livable, have amenities, and ensure there's belonging in all of our neighborhoods, because the quality of life in the City of Toronto is directly correlated with where you live. And we know that in the geography, the tone, and the texture of our neighborhoods. So I am looking forward and hoping for the support of Council to see this through, and more importantly, the work by Creatio, by corporate real estate, to ensure these conversations, to allow independent mom and pop shops who we're seeing displaced by rezonings, bylaw amendments, that their valuable contributions are part of the fabric of our neighborhoods, and they have the ability to create economic prosperity for themselves, to create livable, walkable neighborhoods in our communities. So I'm hopeful that we can create this reality through our work in this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Last speaker, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a buddy who likes to check in with me after council meetings and say, you know, what did you do this month? And I am going to blow his mind after this meeting saying, we spent a lot of time talking about the virtues of surface parking lots. He won't believe me. I'm going to have to make him watch the tape. No city that is successful emphasizes the importance of surface parking lots. Just to try to understand whether this was true in Toronto or not, I thought, why don't I take a look and see what kind of walking tours people offer in the city of Toronto? And it's unbelievable. You can take walking tours through our parks and ravines, historical walking tours, art gallery walking tours, architecture walking tours, neighborhood-specific walking tours, waterfront tours, museum tours, food tours. There's even a donut store tour. Do you know what there isn't? A parking lot tour. It is not a successful feature of an urban city to have a lot of surface parking lots. It just isn't. What you can do, if you do have people who need to drive to make a connection, is you can put the parking below ground or even above ground. You make the first story or two commercial, and you have a parking stacker that takes the cars up to the second and third stories. You wrap an attractive exterior around it, and there you go. The other thing that will blow my buddy's mind is yesterday, a member of this council moved a motion saying, I have to have a subway in my ward. And today, that very same councillor got up and said, but don't build any buildings and keep the parking lots. Who in the world thinks that you need to get a subway station to connect all the parking lots in their ward? It's just madness. There are times that I think that Ward Cleaver is a member of this council. We live in a growing urban setting where people are desperate for housing, absolutely desperate for housing. There are tent cities in our city. There are people who are couch surfing in our city. Our shelters are packed to the gills. People want to move here to work and can't find anywhere to live. How do you solve that? Well, one thing you do is you take the least attractive feature of your city, the surface parking lot, and you replace it with housing and stores and above or below ground parking. It's not rocket science. It literally happens everywhere in the world where there's a demand for land use, different land uses, housing, parks, shopping, places for people to work, as Councillor Candeval talked about. So I hope that when I am talking to my buddy, either on Friday or Saturday, please make it Friday, that I'm able to report that City Council saw reason and directed Toronto City staff to go out and replace one of the worst land uses we have, the surface parking lot, with places that actually help contribute to a thriving and livable and exciting city, a city with housing, a city with storefronts, a city where if people need to drive, we hide their cars underground or in a parking garage above ground. Thank you.
I believe that was the last speaker. Okay, so if we can ring the bells, we can vote. Oh, the first motion is by Councillor Candeval. Councillor Bradford. On favor? Carried. Next motion. Councillor Candeval. On favor? Okay, there it is. All in favor? Carried. By Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. The item is amended, is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Huh? The member's motion that we like to introduce. Councillor Perruzza. It's on the screen. Oh, sorry, there you go, Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's basically a motion having to do with, the seniors' ability to sort of apply for, some property tax relief if they're low-income seniors. And we've done this for several years in a row now, where we give them just sort of a couple more months. We all had a lengthy debate yesterday about the vacancy tax and how seniors have difficulty dealing with that. This is another one of those programs that it's like that. So there you have it.
Okay, on favor, carried. That's just introducing. Okay, so our next timed item was IE 11.1, Congestion Management Plan, and it was timed after the mayor's key item. So do we have questions to staff? You could put your name on the screen. This is IE 11.1, Congestion Management Plan for 2023-2026. Nobody has any questions? Okay, Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down.
I'll speak last.
There's no speakers.
There is. Councillor Bradford had a motion.
Okay, if anybody has to speak or ask questions, please put your name on the screen. No questions, just speakers. So, Councillor Bradford? Go ahead.
Councillor McKelvey, are you speaking at all? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I just have a quick motion if staff can put that on the screen. Oh, it's not ready? Just so fast, Madam Speaker. Yeah. I don't...
Well, everybody knew that this item was after the mayor's key item.
I think, I know, we've... Okay.
So what's going on? Your motion is not ready?
I
can speak first.
Okay.
Or like if you give us 2 minutes, it's.
It's okay, I can just speak. I've seen Councillor Bradford's motion, and it's great, and he's worked with staff and others on it. Sure, I'll speak now. Thank you. I think the fact that there's no questions really speaks to the great work that Barbara Gray and Roger Brown and their team have done on this really important issue. We have a growing city, we have a booming city, we have 240 cranes in the sky, $30 billion in transit investment, and unfortunately that does bring the consequence of congestion, but it is something that our city staff are working very diligently, very hard to manage. There are increasingly coordination meetings that are taking place. There is an innovation zones that are being expanded, looking at new technologies. We have a report back in the fall about better managing delivery times in the city, looking at escalating fees for road closures so that we can crack down on those bad actors, but also reward people that finish projects in an earlier way. And I just also want to flag that included in here is the advocacy continuing from last spring, which was supported in chambers to increase the fine on block the box. We know that when you go into an intersection and you can't get all the way through, it blocks traffic in all directions. It's dangerous for pedestrians, it's dangerous for cyclists. The province, we've been having great conversations with them. What this will do today is send an official letter to them so that we can increase that fine, we can increase enforcement on that matter, and we can get people going to where they need to go in the city more efficiently. So I'll just end with a big thank you to city staff on all their hard work on this.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And apologies for the delay, colleagues. My motion should be there. Okay, all right. Got the Councillor Perks sign off on this. That's nice. I think this is intended to be helpful. Worked with the chief engineer following a meeting where I expressed frustration about some of the communication between staff and our communities and our councillor offices. And I just want us to find a way to better coordinate those discussions, and so that all of our council colleagues can benefit from that communication and know what's going on in their ward and when the timing and sequence of those major projects are going to be, because we all end up hearing about it from our residents. So I want to thank staff for their work with me on this motion, and of course, Councillor McKelvey for her work more broadly on this file. Lastly, I would just say, you know, as a period of regeneration here in the City of Toronto, we are investing in infrastructure that we all know is desperately needed, addressing our state of good repair and adding more capacity for the additional development and growth that comes with Toronto. We just have to do a better job for our residents. You know, I'll reference the O'Connor and St. Clair Woodbine corridor, where we continue to stack project on top of project on top of project, but it's all done through change orders because we haven't been terribly coordinated up front with that, and it has been very, very painful. And so then when I sat down with staff, it became apparent, yeah, and for folks who drive through that corridor on the ways to visit family in Beaches, East York, they've probably experienced some of that frustration. So the intent is just to have a better line of communication and use those councillor liaisons, which I think have been really well used in divisions. enhance that function so that we're getting in front of this stuff and come up with a better plan to communicate it and share that with the residents. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks to Councillor McKelvey for her work on this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, so we have the one motion by Councillor Bradford. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Do we have any quick releases at this time? I don't know. Does the staff have the other motion by Councillor Prusa? Because I haven't seen it. No. I haven't seen it yet, Councillor Prusa. Are there any, Deputy Mayor Malik?
Yes, item TE 11.19, it's 950 King Street West. I have an amendment.
Okay, it's here without a recommendation.
Yes, so there's a motion.
Okay, does the staff have it?
Yes.
Okay, just one sec. We'll get the staff to put it on the screen.
Thank you.
So, Deputy Mayor, are you moving the supplementary report?
Yes, the supplementary report and the motion. So
And the
there's two.
motion.
So
Okay.
two motions.
There it is on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Is there a motion now? Yeah, okay. There's the motion. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Yeah.
And I have another item to quick release.
Okay.
It's ST 5.2.
Hold on.
The Service Excellence Committee from Striking Committee.
Okay, just a sec. Council appointment to fill the vacancy on the Service Excellence Committee.
Yes, and I have a motion on that as well.
Okay. The motion is on the screen. To re-canvass members of council?
Yes.
Nobody showed an interest?
We tried and we'll try again.
Try.
It's a place to be. It's a place to be now. I think we've generated some interest, so
Oh,
it's
good,
time
good.
to canvas, yeah.
Good. Okay, so on the motion by Deputy Mayor Malik, on favor? Carried. Is that it?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right, any further releases? Okay, okay, Councillor Moyes.
TE 9.14,
Okay,
98.
just a sec. TE?
9.14.
What committee?
TE 9.
Oh, you mean a deferred item?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
T 9.14, all right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to defer this to the next council meeting.
And staff are okay with it?
Well, they better be.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so on T 9.14, Councillor Moyes is moving to defer it to the next council meeting? On favor? Carried. All right. That's it. Let's recess for lunch. Come back at 2. Thank you. Members of council, if I can please have you come and take your seats. Members of council, if I can please have you come into the council chambers and take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Toronto Fire Services. If I can call on Mayor Chow.
Hello, folks. Thank you for joining us in Council today as we celebrate and recognize Toronto Fire Service. Yes, we need a round of applause. Absolutely. On February 27th, for the second time, the Toronto Fire Services achieved accredited agency status from the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, which marks a continued recognition of our fire services' dedication to provide Toronto with world-class fire protection services. The City of Toronto continues to be the largest municipality with all accredited fire services in North America, and accredited fire services in North America, something we should be very proud of. Okay, we are the largest municipality to have this. Toronto Fire Service continues to see increasing calls for service, with 2023 seeing a 9% increase in emergency call volumes as our city continues to grow. To achieve accreditation, Toronto Fire was evaluated against 256 key performance indicators and international best practices by a team of industry experts from across North America. This is a very public validation of TFS, commitment to continuous quality improvement, one that only 310 other agencies around the world have. That is quite an achievement. I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to first the Fire Chief, Matthew Pigg. Here we are for leading TFS through their first journey of accreditation 5 years ago, and then again on this journey to re-accreditation. The city appreciates your leadership and commitment to continuous quality improvement for our fire service. And joining you here is Deputy Fire Chief Paul Fitzgerald, Division Chief Michelle Stronach, Platoon Chief Paul O'Brien, and Administrative Assistant Sinu Shang. Thank you for all your incredible effort to achieve this world-class recognition. We are mightily proud. there's another team. This is the leadership, right? But it's also the firefighters themselves. And Local 3888 President James Reed and his entire team is also here. Thank you for your continued leadership and support. It would not be possible without the support of the association. This is what happens when you work together. You're stronger together. And thank you to more than 3,200 members of the Toronto Fire Service on this very important achievement. We are proud to have the best fire service in Canada, and City Council remains committed to provide Toronto residents with world-class fire protection. Let us now welcome Chief Peck to the stage or to the podium to say a few words. It's right here. On the other side. You can see it better.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mayor Chow, members of council, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts and reflections with you about our journey to achieving accredited agency status once again. This sets our foundation and framework for the next 5 years and beyond. It would be very easy for me to stand here and talk about all the technical jargon, all the acronyms, all the references to complex management methodologies that surround accreditation, but rest assured, I'm not going to do that today. Sorry, Councillor. I would like to share just a few of the reasons why CFAI accreditation matters to Toronto residents and why it matters to me. CFAI accreditation is third-party international validation of the world-class fire protection that City Council provides in Toronto. This is international validation of the fact that in Toronto, the first fire truck and fully staffed crew of firefighters arrive on the scene of your emergency in less than 8 minutes, more than 90% of the time. Where incoming 911 emergency calls are received, processed, and dispatched in less than 1 minute. And where every high-rise residential building and every vulnerable occupancy in Toronto is proactively inspected for fire safety and for compliance with the Ontario Fire Code at least once every 12 months. These are just a few examples of the world-class fire protection services that are provided right here in Toronto. This is international validation that your fire service prioritizes the physical and mental health of our team members, and that you have a team that remains committed to creating and maintaining increasingly inclusive, welcoming, and supportive workplaces for everyone. It is international validation of the fact that your fire service assesses and reports outcomes and performance against North American best practice. It is international validation that you have a fire service, and I'm going to say quite frankly, you have a fire chief, that don't always get it perfect. But you do have a fire service that holds itself accountable for performance, openly and transparently, and a fire service that makes people-focused decisions that are informed by leading-edge data and analytics. I would like to thank Mayor Chow for recognizing and acknowledging Division Chief Michelle Stronach, Deputy Fire Chief Paul Fitzgerald, Platoon Chief Paul O'Brien, Administrative Professional Shinu Zhang, and Association President James Reed. Many of these awesome people are here with us today. This is a small but mighty team that led this work, and I could not be more thankful for each of them. They truly represent the very best among us. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the more than 3,250 members of Toronto Fire Services who come to work and give their all each day in service to our residents. I could stand here all afternoon and not adequately explain how honored I feel to serve alongside the incredible Toronto Fire Services team. I won't stand here all afternoon, but please allow me to express this in closing.
Madam Mayor, members of council, senior leadership team, colleagues, and Toronto residents, thank you beyond words for allowing me to serve as your fire chief. Thank you for allowing me to serve alongside these extraordinary people. And thank you for the opportunity to be with you in chambers this afternoon. Your Toronto Fire Services team remains committed to upholding our shared values of courage, compassion, and service in all that we do. And finally, congratulations, Toronto, for continuing to be the largest city in North America with an internationally accredited fire service. And thank you for your continued trust and confidence. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay, members, before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher? Your name's on the list to release.
My mistake, my apologies. That was from earlier, I can't get it off. Oh, could you take my name off, please? Thank you.
You don't have any releases?
No, that was from earlier on, I apologize for that.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Madam Speaker, I've got one to release, CC 16.4, 1840 Bayview Avenue.
Okay, just one sec, let me find it. What was the number?
CC 16.4. Oh, point 14, I'm sorry, point 14.
CC 1840 Bayview?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion, if the clerks could kindly put that up on the screen.
Okay.
And the motion is to explore opportunities for a little bit of public realm with some of these big buildings going up. And so we're looking for a row of trees, 2 rows of trees, street trees, as part of this motion on both Broadway and Bayview Avenue, to give it a bit of a feel of, as I said, public realm and frontage. So by pulling back the first 2 levels of the building. So that's my motion, and I'd like to move it, please.
Okay, so we have the amendment by Councillor Robinson that's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. On the item, it's amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to release CC 16.6, 2402, 2418 Dufferin Street, and 4 and 10 Ramsden Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan for subdivision applications, just adopting another 34-story expensive condo tower in my ward.
Okay, so Councillor Coe is releasing CC 16.6. All in favor? Carried. Okay, are there any further quick releases? No? Okay. We will now do the member motion run-through. The city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 16.1, MM 16.46 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with the agenda item RM 14.7, review of the order paper. Okay, we will now go through the members' motion. MM 16.1. Yeah. Okay, there it is on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Okay, hold on. You want a recorded vote on the referral? Okay, recorded vote on the referral.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Bradford, and thank you. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 11 to 14.
Okay. MM 16.5. Okay. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who's holding?
Speaker, we this and 21 together. 16.7 and 16.29 go together.
Okay, so that item has been held. MM 16.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.9. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? You want to hold it? MM 16.10. MM 16.11. A notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion and revised Appendix A were posted on March 18, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion and revised Appendix A were posted on March 18, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening under item 2023, i.e. 7.4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force and its council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members.
14. 14.
Just stand by, members. We're just creating the motion. Voting panel is now open.
Madam Speaker, are we voting on the deferral?
We're voting on the reopening.
Reopening. Thank you.
Okay. Which one? It was
Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Candeval. The motion to reopen IE 7.4 from 2023 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 13.
MM 16.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor McKelvey, please, and thank you. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 12 to 11. The required two-thirds threshold has not been met.
MM 16.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion was posted on March 18, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor. Okay, so that item is being held down by Councillor Carroll. MM 16.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Recorded vote on the item. Mayor Chow? What? It's a recorded vote on your motion, Mayor. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Moyes, how do you vote, please? Yeah. The item is adopted. The vote is 23 to 1.
MM 16.20 has been withdrawn. MM 16.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion was posted on March 19, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? You have to hold it. So 1621 is held by Councillor Moyes. MM 16.22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. You have to hold the item down. MM 16.25, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on March 15, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. So you want to hold the item down? Okay. MM 16.26. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.27. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.28. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.29, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. So, Councillor Thompson, you said to deal with that with the with 7.
Yeah.
So your name is going to be on 29, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. MM 16.30. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised member motion and a revised Appendix A were posted on March 18, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.31. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? 1631. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, hold. Councillor Fletcher is holding 31. MM 16.32. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.33. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Pardon? Okay, I didn't hear. Mayor, did you? Oh, on favor of waiving notice? Carried. Well, you can't do it now. Wait till we go through these. We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Moyes. My God. My God. On favor of waiving, okay. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 16.34. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.35. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.36. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.37. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.38. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.39. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.40. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.41. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2023 Port 9. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.42. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 16.43. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 16.44. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, All in favor? Carried. MM 16.45. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item.
You need to hold it for a technical amendment.
Who said that?
Councillor Pasternak.
Oh, okay.
On behalf of Councillor Cheng.
Okay.
If the clerk has it, I can move it now. Okay.
Oh, so Councillor Pasternak, you hold it. MM 16.46. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda is before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 16.47. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? No, it's... Oh, it's already introduced? Yes. Yeah, this motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. Okay, no debate. Okay, we do have two additional motions that we want to add to the agenda, and Councillor Cole.
Okay. You just put it up on the screen?
Yeah, just give us a minute. Okay, there it is, Councillor Cole.
Yes, just as a it's not up.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, just as a follow-up to the unprecedented numbers of criminal break-ins all over our small stores in Toronto, just asking for an urgent motion in this. No, excuse me, this is the wrong one. This is the auto theft one. Yeah, as you know, we were the first city council in Canada to declare the auto theft crisis a serious matter to be dealt with. It is still not resolved. It is still an epidemic, so we're asking for some immediate action to deal with this. First of all, anybody's convicted of auto theft, they lose their license for life.
Okay, Councillor Cole, you're just introducing it now.
Okay, introduce it.
On favor of introducing it, carried. Now you have another one, Councillor Cole. The other one's not ready?
The second one.
No, hold on, they're not ready for the second one. Just a sec. No, okay. Councillor Peruzza, you have one to introduce. The other one, Councillor Cole's not ready for you. Councillor Peruzza?
There it is, Madam Speaker. It's self-explanatory. Yeah.
Okay. On favor of introducing, carried. Thank you. I don't have it yet. All right, so now we'll go to the top of the agenda. Councillor Fletcher, you're up. T 9.30, 415 Broadview Avenue.
Mentioned yesterday, that's being dealt with CC 16 point whatever, which is coming up later. And I know that many people have, it is on, sorry, where is it? 16.5. Those are together.
So do you want to do it now together?
No, I want to do it when we're at 16.5.
all right,
Because
okay.
we're still kind of working everything
okay.
through.
Okay,
Is
then.
that okay?
Yes, but hold on. So Councillor Fletcher, we still have your item, Economic Development EC 10.2, that's the next one. So you're.
Great.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, do you have a point of order?
Just point of order. During the review of motions, there were a couple. I had a very quick amendment that's already prepared. Councillor Moyes had one. Councillor Malik had some quick. I wonder if we want to just do the cleanup on the notices of motion so that they don't hold any staff captive who don't know what we're going to move.
Why don't you go ask your questions about it?
Okay, Councillor Carroll, we'll have to do it later in the meeting, okay? All right. Councillor, okay, can I have members of council take their seats? Everybody's disappeared. Okay, please take your seats. Just because we went through the members' motion doesn't mean you're finished for the day. Okay, but I need councillors because we're coming to their item. Councillor Sachs, are you ready to deal with your item? EC 10.3. Okay, so can we, because we're going to the top of the agenda, so let's get the agenda done today. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I have a motion.
Yeah, this is on EC 10.3.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has questions for staff. I don't need to ask questions of staff.
Okay, we're at EC 10.3. Does any... Can I have everybody's attention, please? We're at EC 10.3. Does anybody have any questions? This is the review of the noise bylaw. Okay, Councillor Holliday has questions. All right, Councillor Holliday?
We do have staff there. Okay.
Questions.
Thank you, Speaker. I know in earlier discussion there was a bit of back and forth about standards for measuring vehicle noise. And there was some differences in opinion on how the measurements should be taken, the distance and so on. I wondered if staff could articulate succinctly to council the difference and why you have made the recommendation that you have to council.
Thank you for the question. It's really important to clarify the distinction. Often the numbers that are referred to are comparing apples to oranges, and we want to be comparing apples to apples. The City of Toronto's bylaw allows for measurement 50 centimeters from the muffler. New York City is often compared where they take the measurement from 50 feet away.
Oh.
If you extrapolated those two numbers, ours is 92 decibels and theirs is 85. 85 gets thrown about as why don't we lower it to 85? We do not lower it to 85 for a couple of reasons. One, it's not recommended by the Society of Automotive Engineers nor our acoustical engineer. And if it was measured the same way, the City of New York's would be 114 would be equivalent to our 92. So that's why it's important for me to clarify, for our acoustical engineer to clarify, as they did at committee, and for our report to be put forward to allow council to make a decision based on apples versus apples.
So, Mr. Grant, in other words, your staff put the measurement device about where the microphone is, close to you talking.
That's correct, 50 centimeters.
And New York puts theirs, I don't know, where the mayor's staff are sitting.
Correct.
Now, their thresholds are different, and there's a different tolerance level, but that's the concept. And so, which one is louder? Or which one is the more conservative threshold?
The City of Toronto.
The City of Toronto's. Okay, and that's the advice you've brought to us here.
That is the advice that I've brought based on consultation with the Society of Automotive Engineers, which is made up of all the automotive companies. as well as our acoustical engineer, and we've worked with two over the course of developing this bylaw.
Okay, so what's the problem that we have in the city of Toronto, at least the problem we're trying to solve here? Who is making nuisance noise?
The problem that we're having is with modified mufflers. It's with people who've amended or modified their mufflers on motorcycles and on vehicles that have made them louder, to sound louder, and that is really the problematic area, as well as older cars. As cars advance as they're newer, they're less emissions, less noise, they become better. So older cars could potentially be loud as well.
So what do you mean by modified? If I put a sticker on my muffler, is that, who is doing this and what does it mean?
So modified is not about a sticker, it's not about aesthetics, it's about additional manifolds, on the muffler that are done in body shops. We have worked closely with body shops that we license to inform them that this is not permitted. This modifying your muffler is a Highway Traffic Act infraction, and the police, when they can and when they come across these, charge them for those.
Are original equipment motorcycles a problem?
Through the speaker to the councillor, no, they are not.
So this is only equipment that people have taken it upon themselves to change from the way that it was when they bought it new.
That's correct.
And so would it be a fair summary to say the problem starts when people begin to tamper with the equipment?
Absolutely.
Now, this seems relatively new. There's always noisy things around, but it's just the problem is off the charts from a councillor's perspective in terms of complaints. What has changed?
So thank you for the question. This is not a new issue. This has been an issue in our city for years. It's traditionally been along Yonge Street, through Yorkville, along Lakeshore, in the Humber Bay shores. And as a result of data that's come in, we get the data through 311, we work with them closely, and then we work with police to have organized blitzes, and we pull vehicles over with the police, and then we measure them at the standard that I spoke of at 50 centimeters.
Okay, that was your last question. Yeah.
I know we're talking about noise, and I'm very serious when I say it is very noisy in
Yeah,
here,
I
and
was
it's
just
hard
going to
hear.
say that. And Councillor Sachs, I thought you said you didn't have any questions. Now you have questions? Okay. If I can have everybody's attention, please. There's too much noise in here. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Grant, I just want to confirm that my motion, which has been advanced circulated, was developed with your office and you support it.
So thank you for the question. Yes, we are supportive of your motion. It is based on our original recommendation. We did work closely with you on it, and we are supportive.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, this matter came here without recommendations because there was some additional work to be done after committee. I've been working closely with Toronto Public Health and with Municipal Licensing Standards. Thank you very much. So the gist is that on the recommendation of staff from both of those offices, I've moved the original staff recommendation to start as of June 1st with measuring noise from motor vehicles on the standards that were mentioned by Mr. Grant. But in addition, that we don't stop there, because there is significant concern as to whether that will be enough to address the adverse health effects that are caused by motor vehicle noise. And accordingly, as agreed with staff, MLS is going to work with community groups and resident associations to improve monitoring of excessive noise.
Do you have a motion?
I'm sorry, I said I had a motion. And
Yeah, you have to read it.
Okay, my motion is advance circulated, and it says, as I was just trying to describe, first of all, that we are going to adopt a decibel level.
Can we have the staff put there it is on the screen, okay. There it is. It's on the
Okay.
screen.
All right. So two parts to it. First of all, to go ahead with the original staff recommendation that we should now have a limit for motor vehicle noise for all motor vehicles, not just motorcycles. This is necessary to permit enforcement to begin. But it is not yet clear whether that number is in fact sufficiently stringent to protect human health. So based on consultation with MLS and Toronto Public Health, as well as No More Noise Toronto and others adversely affected by noise, there's two additional provisions here. Basically that MLS is going to work with residents associations, community groups to improve monitoring of noise from motor vehicles, and is then going to report back early next year and tell us whether we have been able to effectively address the adverse health effects of motor vehicle noise.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to be brief to remind Council and bring the idea forward. When we considered this a year or two ago, I moved a motion that basically asked the Ontario government to think about having some controls in place when people modify their equipment. I asked Mr. Grant, is this a new phenomenon? And, agreed. There's been muscle cars around for a while and performance bikes around for a while, and there's always been complaints about noise. But it just feels like the situation has become worse. And I don't know if there's a different approach to riding high-speed motorcycles around at night up and down the highway affecting residents in Etobicoke, or if there's a lot of other things going on. But there is one change that I want to point out, and that is the elimination of the Drive Clean program. Now, I'm not here, don't even think that I'm here to say fully restore that or tell the Ontario government to do so. But one of the outcomes of that is that vehicles that have been modified don't necessarily receive a regular inspection. And potentially, vehicles that are inspected with modified muffler equipment may or may not meet the environmental controls. And I wonder if there's a little more of them out there right now because they're escaping inspection. So that motion I moved before, and we agreed to it, was to ask the government to think about ways that if people go and modify equipment, that somebody should take a look at it once in a while. So a licensed mechanic ought to be considering what the noise bylaws are when they install a piece of equipment. I know we're not going to capture someone that modifies their car or their motorcycle in their garage, but they're taking on the liability of doing so. So this is a tough problem, and I know we've talked about it before. It's pretty hard to ask or expect or think that the bylaw enforcement officers are going to chase motorcycles down the street or going to pursue. That's just not what they're there for. And these are moving violations, essentially, the noise. But if you peel back, where did the root of this problem come from? It comes from someone who irresponsibly modifies the piece of equipment to create something that is noisier on purpose. And believe me, I am an auto enthusiast, and I think muscle cars and performance cars are great, and performance bikes are great, but there is a place to use them, and that is at a track or at an event, but not necessarily ripping up and down the 427 at 3 a.m. in the morning and waking people up. So I hope we continue to work on this. I think that this change to the bylaw and this continued development of policy is helpful. I appreciate the work of the staff who've been very diligent on this, and I'm glad that we're adhering to their advice on this matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say thank you. There's been countless hours of deputations from residents of Toronto who are concerned about noise. And I think that committee members, we've worked very closely with staff and with each other over a long period. I want to thank Councillor Sachs for the motion that she's brought forward. And I really want to recognize that municipal licensing and standards staff have agreed to work in concert and in partnership with community members who want to be part of the solution. And this is a really wonderful example of collaboration with civil society. Again, thank you to everyone involved, and I think we're getting to a better place, as my colleague, Councillor Holliday said, to recognize this is real leadership.
On the item, on the motion by Councillor Sachs, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, we're going to your item now. EC 10.2, serious dog attacks. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes, I'm going to question the staff.
Okay, can you just put your name, Councillor?
Oh, I'm sorry, my
Okay.
name. Aye. Sorry, Speaker. I have the old list up from the previous issue.
There it is. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. There we go. Since the committee, and we'd asked you to do a number of things, could you just outline, I know with the signage, and you've given some thinking to a number of issues that was requested in dealing with these dangerous dogs and the biting?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and through the Speaker, this is a very serious issue that we take very serious, and as a result of our report to committee and our response since then, we have looked at enhancing what we can include on open data. We've looked at strengthening the sign so that it educates people on that a dangerous dog is where they are, and we're continuing to look at operationally how we can monitor and work to ensure compliance with dangerous dog orders, of which we have, again, the ones we really want to focus on are, I think it's that 450 number, and then we have 15 of the menacing ones, and we want to focus our attention with our limited resources on those dangerous dogs. So the combination of looking at our operations, how we can deal with this, and we're also looking at public education. We have a campaign, a small one planned for this year, a larger one for next year, and so we're turning our minds to that as well. So the combination of open data, the sign, or the signs, public education campaign, and operationally how we can mitigate these horrible events.
So the public education campaign, is that the $250,000 campaign being proposed?
So the report speaks to a $500,000 campaign in 2025, yes.
And how much money do you need for enforcement rather than public education in order to make sure all 540 dangerous dog orders have the owner is complying with those?
I don't have an exact number. We have 6 people who do this now.
Okay.
We got 3 people through the budget process that you assisted with. Thank you very much. And so we have 9 people to do the work on this matter. We could always use more.
So my motion will add not just public education, but also compliance and enforcement with the $500,000. Is that a problem for you for 2025?
No, that is not a problem for us.
Thank you. And then we're looking at, of those 540, can you tell me how many do you know are in compliance?
To the Speaker, most of them are in compliance. We have just recently, over the past few months, gone through and checked to make sure everyone is licensed, has a muzzle, has all the signage, has the training. So the licensing and the training are the things that people have the most trouble with.
And you'll get a new sign? Everybody will have a new sign once that's been adopted, correct?
Yes, that would be the plan.
Thank you. And so the Ombudsman had weighed in 2019. There used to be a system where once you'd had a serious bite, and you have listed on open data severe bite versus nip, let's call it, that you had the ability to take stronger measures, and the Ombudsman actually said you shouldn't be doing that. So I'm going to move a motion that asks you to report back how well that's been doing. Could you not agree with me that of 3,000 dog bites that you have, and 540 serious ones, and 15 mauling, the serious ones, 540, and the 15 mauling, all had to have a number 1 bite, every single one of them. So 565 dogs already got dealt with and went on to do something a lot more serious.
That's
Yes?
correct. Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So I'm going to ask you to review the Ombudsman's recommendation that in her or his, I don't know who it was, interest in making this fairer, that we haven't set up a situation where it's actually more dangerous. Of the 500 dogs that now have a dangerous dog order, that went on to bite a second time and get an order. Is that something that you can do and report back on?
Yes, that's something that we will do. We will revisit the recommendation, and we will revisit the best way to move forward so that this is strong for us, strong for council, and strong for pet owners, and strong for everyone involved.
And once you do that, then would we inform, I probably want to ask the lawyer, city manager.
What's your
wasn't
last
expecting
question?
a question. Once we look at whether the Ombudsman's recommendation is actually place more people in harm's way, how would City Council then require the Ombudsman to review that recommendation? Is there a mechanism for that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the Ombudsman does report to Council, so Council could ask the Ombudsman to look at something.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, and I have some motions, Speaker. While you're getting them up, I'm just going to thank our MLS staff and Dr. Attard and Mr. Grant for their really strong attention to this issue once we realized that there's a lot going on, and in this period, it's not up yet, in this period since I asked for this, where my constituent was mauled, we had a constituent of Councillor Chrysantes be very badly injured. And then just before I met with Dr. Attard and Mr. Grant, somebody was lunged and bitten very badly right in my ward. So we do realize that during the pandemic, I'm waiting for the motion. It's not on that screen. No, it's not.
I have it on my screen.
Well, you may have it on yours, my dear.
Can we put it on the screen?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
That pandemic, so many people have got dogs, and they were all at home. They were at home the whole time. Now they're not at home all the time, but the dogs are at home all the time. So there may have just been a lot of excitement about having your pandemic dog, but there is an uptick in biting, and this, particularly my motion from the fall was in the maulings, and that means a very, very severe bite. There are a number of dogs here that we understand have mauled people. There are a number of dogs with a dangerous dog order. We have quite a regimen, but in this moment, I am going to ask that we take a few further steps and come back. One of them is actually that it's not just a public education campaign, because it's dog owners who don't care that are having or don't know how to manage their dog, not dog owners who are very responsible dog owners who need the public education campaign, but they also need compliance campaign. They need the enforcement to be clear. Everybody who has a dangerous dog order, we need to make sure they're living up to that. And in my case, with the mauling in the summer, there were dangerous dog orders, 2 of them. The person was not following any of the requirements. So I'm pleased to hear that's the case, but I think as City Council, we need to know that every box has been checked here, and that's the first thing. The second thing, I am concerned that the Ombudsman, I'm sure it was with great good intent, but may have set up a system where 540 dogs have bitten somebody, and now they've gone back to bite them severely. These are life-altering issues. there aren't that many bad dogs, I'll say, in the city. There are 3,000 bad dog owners, 540 bad dog owners, or let's say irresponsible dog owners that have allowed their dog to bite. I'm very interested in what system we used to have previously, where there was gradations of bites. And I think anybody who is a dog trainer or does that for a living understands that if you're teasing a dog or get in the middle, you may get a nip. But a dog that runs out and aggressively grabs and bites, that's a different situation. And right at the moment, we have no ability to choose between those two with dogs. We used to, we don't. So I would like you to revisit that with this motion and a number of other things. So this is the first time we reviewed any of this for many, many years outside of when the Ombudsman in 2019 made their report. But we have all along been tracking to have good licensing, to be a good pet owner, to be responsible, and we find ourselves in a situation where I've had a lot of support for people saying, please, most dogs, 300,000 dogs, most of them are great. One teeny tiny % are having trouble. Please help us with those ones because I don't want to be the person that's attacked by one of those dogs. And that is why these motions I think are important. And again, I just want to thank staff for all of the work on this file. We don't often think about animals in that same way and ask for that report to come back. I believe it's October, so any other motions that are here today, I just ask councillors to put them into that basket to come back to the October meeting of Economic Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is far too much noise in the council chambers. Have people talking up there? Everybody's talking. Councillor Moyes to speak. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, just want to again thank staff for this work. I do have a motion. It will go up shortly. But Councillor Fletcher summarized very clearly what I wanted to say. And as she mentioned, there's 300,000 dogs in the city of Toronto. And though many of them are calm, kind, loving animals, there is a portion of them that, of course, is problematic. And I know in my ward of Toronto Centre, it's something that we've had some terrible experiences in parts of my ward, and we've had some, it's been hard to really deal with it. And even though MLS have been called many times, they seem to not have the tools and the resources that is needed to address these things in a way that is satisfactory to the people of Toronto Centre. So my motion really is, I'm very thankful for the database that is we're going to have here, but one of the things that I want to add is to include a photograph, because just putting in, a black and white dog or a brown dog, I don't think is sufficient. I think putting a photograph of the dog and perhaps a descriptive markings perhaps of a certain dog may actually help identify a dog out in public that may not be in compliance, and people could actually call MLS if needed. So again, thank you to staff and all those who came to committee and deputed and gave their opinions about this. There were many. And so I hope that we'll be able to capture all the concerns of those who came forth. And as Councillor Fletcher mentioned, it will come back again, I think, in October, and we could reassess and adapt and make changes if needed. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
So report to your motion.
Councillor Bravo has a question for you. Clarification of the motion.
I believe, Councillor Moyes, that you mentioned that you're okay with the reporting on this piece coming together with the October 23rd meeting of ECDC with Councillor Fletcher's motion to be considered together.
I apologize that the date's not here, but I hope it's a friendly amendment. Maybe staff can make the adjustment that I come back in October when Councillor Fletcher's item comes back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson to speak. Councillor Thompson?
I'm here, Madam.
To speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to speak, not willfully or intentionally. I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor Crisante, who has just texted me in, so I'm moving this particular motion on his behalf with my name attached to it. And it reads as follows, that Council express its support to the Premier of Ontario and the Attorney General for higher set fine penalties for offences related to Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 349 Animals, Section 349-15, dogs that have bitten, attacked, or pose a menace. 2, City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standard to consider what additional proactive measures and actions can be taken to promote responsible pet ownership, as well as prevent the occurrence of future dangerous dog acts, and report back as part of the 2025 budget process, including any additional resources required. I think it's pretty clear what the councillor's intentions and desires are, and I think it's similar to what has been expressed so far by members of council who have spoken, and the report itself, speaking to the issue of dogs that are dangerous and are a menace to society in general. And we've heard, it has been spoken, that there are a few dogs, it's a minority of dogs, and I'm happy that at least it's a minority of dogs. I would have been happier if there are no dogs, obviously, creating a menace to society and posing a problem and a danger to the public as a whole. The councillor is hoping that members support his motion, and as I speak on his behalf, it just came to me a moment ago, Speaker, that I would speak for him. So I am rising, in essence, to speak on behalf of Councillor Crisante, who is unable to be here at the moment, but is very encouraged and very interested in ensuring that responsible pet ownership occurs in our city, and ensuring that dogs or dangerous animals who are posing a challenge to the public are basically addressed, and if they're not, then there'll be fines associated with it to ensure that the owners are responsible for the actions that are taken by their dogs. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher has a question for you.
Thank you
Counselor?
so much.
Thank you.
Very good job on behalf of your colleague.
Thank you.
Who sits behind you. But I guess I'm just, are you asking that there's more than $500,000 in the 2025 budget? Because the report already suggests $500,000 for enforcement and compliance. So I'm unclear, and I'm unclear to the Speaker if this is a new ask or if it's within the $500,000. So
Well, I will do my best to answer on behalf of the councillor, but I would assume, obviously, that he recognizes that there's a need to expend resources to address this particular issue. If there's a budgetary process that has a specific amounts of funds, if those funds could actually address the issue, I assume he would be happy. If not, there would be a need to have more resources to help the situation.
It is in the report already for 2025. So I'm just wondering, Speaker, if that's actually in order because it's already in the report, or that's fine. Is it more money or is it the same money?
So, Speaker, and
I have to look at the motion.
And to Councillor Fletcher, I would assume that it is within the context of the envelope of the resources that are available
That are
as
being
part of the
proposed
budgetary process.
for 2025.
Exactly.
So it's
That
a
would be
bit
the assumption.
redundant since we've already asked that, but I'm wondering if we're looking at outside of the, are we interested in increasing that from $500,000? I don't know if Mr. Conforti's been if he's been asked if that's in the cards or not, I think we should.
Right. And since I was just texted and asked to speak on behalf, and I had not spent a lot of time on this, and I'm happy to text the councillor, and if Speaker can hold us down, I would actually stand again and respond appropriately.
I'm happy to. I think we're happy to support. It's a large amount of money that was put in that committee, $500,000. Are you here on behalf of the councillor asking for 750,000 or a
Councillor
million?
Fletcher, he doesn't know.
Oh, okay.
So he has to contact
So I'm saying I will
Councillor
contact the
Crescenti.
councillor and I will stand
He
up
doesn't
again.
know.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaker, if that's allowed, I'm happy to text the councillor.
Go ahead, go ahead. Councillor Bravo.
Speaker, I'd like to wait to know the resolution of Councillor Thompson's motion before I speak as ECDC Chair.
Councillor Perks, we're at your item. We're going to hold that item down. Yeah. So we're at PH 10.1, evaluation of Ontario Building Code requirements for multi-tenant houses. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
No, I don't have questions, and I would like to speak last on the item.
Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff on the item?
Houses.
PH 10.1?
I believe Councillor Bravo may.
Okay, well, I need their names. Okay.
You've left my microphone on, Speaker.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Bravo, you have a question. Members, I have to remind everyone that we're trying to get through the agenda, so please remain in your seats so you know what we're doing. Councillor Bravo. Questions of staff?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. My questions have to do, let's do the easy one first. There's a lot of, this is a big, important new program to regularize and protect people, and it's very valuable. There's some information out there that's required for landlords and for tenants to be able to protect themselves and realize all the benefits of the program going forward. So I'll ask about how, what efforts are being made or planned to inform landlords and inform tenants about the suite of services and the different touch points that are needed in relation to complying and to realizing their rights.
Through the chair, following the approval of this report, Toronto Building will be Toronto Building is currently in the process of developing public-facing information to simplify this particular technical report. The content of the report right now that the consultant prepared for the division is highly technical, and we understand that it's not easy to understand and navigate. So the consultant is helping us with preparing public-facing information that will be easy to understand, provide a menu of options for operators and mostly designers to navigate through. And we'll certainly be helping them through that process.
Thank you. That will be of great comfort to advocates and tenants and for the owners of properties. And I appreciate the conversations that we've had leading up to this council meeting on that. My second question has to do with some clarification around, creating a streamlined property owner support service or tool, a central point of access, not just the public information and the guide and the things that are coming out, but the actual alignment of all of these different pieces. Can you be more specific around programs, resources, and supports that you're thinking specifically for tenants in multi-tenant houses, including perhaps like support for tenants facing displacement, summaries and resources for the tenants specifically as opposed to for the landlords, and just a continuing kind of consultation and engagement of the advisory bodies that have been set up at the City of Toronto?
So I can speak to the, from a permitting perspective, I can certainly speak to that. And through the Toronto Buildings program review, the division has set up a citywide priority stream where, which will provide.
Okay, sorry. There is far too much noise in here. Everybody's having a conversation in here. It is noisy. And if you have to speak, please go to the back. That includes Councillor Holiday, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Fletcher, everyone. Okay, continue.
Through the chair. Councillor, the Toronto Building is developing or has developed a citywide priorities stream, which will be a one-point contact for individuals applying for permits for multi-tenant housing. And through that stream, we'll certainly be assisting operators obtain their building permits for their renovations.
Okay, hold on. Are there any further questions? Okay, speakers. Let's go to speakers. Councillor Bravo, you want to speak first? Councillor Perks wants to speak, be the last speaker. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions. The first one is really about communicating to public, concerned civil society members, advocates, the work that's already being done, that's planned and forecasted. So this motion is a request to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to notify all members of council no later than April 30th of the publication of the forthcoming information guide for property owners of multi-tenant houses. And this is really important because we want them to make sure that they understand how to come into compliance. The second motion is directed at making sure that that we're leading up to the budget process with all the information that we need about what supports are needed to really make this crucial program succeed. It's a request for the Deputy City Manager Infrastructure Services and the Deputy City Manager Development and Growth Services to report back to Planning and Housing in the fourth quarter of 2024.
Speaker, on a point of order?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that members of council can get Councillor Bravo's second motion. We've only had one posted. Maybe we could stop her time.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. The other motion is on 10.2.
There we go. Okay, that's the problem solved.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Speaker. So we're just 10.1 right now. It was so loud that I couldn't hear my own thoughts.
Very loud in here. It's hard to.
All right, so Speaker, I want to say that the important thing here is that this is a program that's going to essentially protect tenants in the hundreds, if not the thousands, and that the urgency of bringing this program to life is really about doing that very thing. Staff have done incredible work in a short amount of time in this historic move to regularize multi-residential homes. We need to make sure that homeowners who are participating, who are ready to be regularized, have the information that they need to do that well. And we also need to make sure that those homeowners who need a little more help down the line receive that support so that we have full success and we realize what this crucial piece of the puzzle for affordable housing and for protection of some of the most vulnerable people in the city, across this city, which is, you know, every single corner, particularly in Scarborough, Etobicoke, where these haven't been regularized before. So I just want to recognize the incredible work of staff, and I appreciate collaboration with the chair, and I hope that the members will support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval to speak. Members of council, do we want to finish the agenda today? Okay. Okay. So just reminding members. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a few comments on this issue and appreciate the human rights framework guiding this obviously many-year project to increase affordable housing, hopefully, alongside making life fair and just for some of the most vulnerable in our city. I'd like to note that the issue of multi-tenant houses, or especially the illegal ones, or the ones not being operated with tenant rights in mind, have been a significant issue in my ward. We're home to a significant number of international students who've had little financial choice but to live in unregulated multi-tenant dwellings with multiple negative consequences for their life, security at times, as well as residents in the neighborhood. And we're home to other groups of individuals who are in similar precarious housing situations. Many, if not most, of these dwellings were not initially built to house multiple tenants, and many of them have not had the requisite building changes needed to be safe and healthy housing options. And although with the city's new regulatory framework, which comes into effect in 10 days, these dwellings will be made legal. Many of them will not be in compliance with the city's fire and building codes. So today, we're recommending a host of options, including a renovation program in the next item. And my hope to MLS and our city staff is that we provide the supports, help the renovations, but also hold bad faith operators to account, and not just in the interests of our longtime residents, homeowners, but also the students in many cases and the tenants themselves. So my hope as we continue this journey is that we provide adequate and safe affordable housing options through this program, through the regulation of the operators of multi-tenant dwellings. So looking forward to working with MLS and city staff to ensure the concerns impacting our neighborhoods are reflected in a multi-perspective approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move along. Councillor Perks, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Just so that members are clear in their minds what we're doing, we have 3 different reports on multi-tenant housing that came here. This is the one where the building department is updating us on the fact that they brought in a consultant to help and to work with fire and other departments to help clarify how all of that can work and be most effective. And it's a great piece of work. I also want to let you know it's urgent that we move forward with it because the bylaw comes into effect in less than 2 weeks, 10 days. And I want to congratulate staff, like the level of smart, caring, professional work that is being done to smooth this transition so that thousands of people who are living in unsafe, unlicensed, uninspected conditions move into conditions that are the minimum that we would expect for dwelling rooms or any kind of accommodation in the City of Toronto. So my thanks to them. Councillor Bravo moves a motion which is quite helpful and will make that implementation even better. So I encourage you to support her motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we can put Councillor Bravo's motion on the screen. There it is, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. PH 10.2, new multi-tenant housing renovation program. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff on this item? Councillor Holliday? No? Questions on PH 10.2? Okay, speakers.
I'll speak last.
Okay. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I spoke briefly about this motion in relation to the previous item, but my motion is a request to Deputy City Manager Infrastructure Services and Deputy City Manager Development and Growth Services to report back to the Planning and Housing Committee in the fourth quarter of 2024 and to inform the budget process with the report on the supports that are needed for multi-tenant housing property owners and the new multi-tenant housing renovation program that preserves and improves affordable rental homes, and also that there's the creation of a streamlined property owner support service or tool to provide a central point of access and guidance for property owners, so that for those property owners looking to bring their multi-tenant houses into compliance and lists all the collaborating divisions. And it's also about programs, resources, and support specifically for tenants in multi-tenant houses. And that includes direct point of support, a support line for tenants facing displacement, exploration of tenant hub opportunities, particularly in areas of the city outside of the core, a summary guide of resources and programs available to tenants, and consultation and engagement continuing with the city's Tenant Advisory Committee and the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. Again, this is a life-saving program. It's Councillor Perks and his leadership over many years needs to be recognized here. The tremendous work of staff to work through this very complex piece of work. And I also want to recognize all of the many members of the public who have reached out to our office and many others asking for these kinds of resources, just to make sure that homeowners are doing the best that they can. We are going to regularize a number of them in the thousands very quickly, but some other ones will need additional help, and that tenants along the way have every possible support and protection that we can provide, including information, which is the front line. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I'll be brief. I'm not going to support this. I just want to make sure members understand that as controversial as it was with the decision to approve multi-tenant housing or rooming houses, which was still controversial within our communities, this report suggests that we also now give those operators money. And if it wasn't controversial then, it will continue to be even more. Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the third and final item that we have on this council agenda having to do with the implementation of multi-tenant housing. This one looks specifically at what tools, supports, and yes, in some cases, investments that are necessary to make the program introduction smooth. I wanted to just give you and those activists who have been following this issue a little bit of comfort about what we can expect going forward from here. We built this program in part based on a model called the Parkdale Pilot Project, which brought something close to 100 rooming houses that were operating illegally in Parkdale from the 70s through to the 2000s into legal compliance, and we learned a few lessons there. One lesson that we learned is that in order to make the transition from unsafe construction to safe construction, it will cost some money. At the time, there was a federal program, RRAP it was called, that we directed property owners to, and that program was designed specifically to get some funding for repair and renovation of affordable housing units so that we wouldn't lose them. And the understanding is very simple. If it costs $20,000 to repair a unit of affordable housing, that's a lot less expensive than the $600,000 it costs to build a new unit. So that was very successful, and we are doing work here that is similar to that. A second lesson we learned is that as you implement this, you're going to have some owners who are keen to get legalized and willing to do the work, and some who it's going to take time to persuade. What we can expect from this program is this, in Scarborough and North York and Etobicoke, will be something like that. There will be some owners who come in quickly, and we will learn from that experience and build the expertise and the tools that we have from that experience so that we can tackle the harder problems in the rooming house world. That one of the ways it can work, for example, in Parkdale, we saw that owners who had come into the system became advocates in working with owners who were reluctant to come into the system. We also found that we built up a knowledge base in the community among neighbors and community organizations who could work with the tenants to make sure they were supported through that program. Councillor Bravo's motion basically reinforces that pattern so that we can get in there, tackle the easy-to-do ones, discover what the problems are with the harder-to-do locations, and build out the resources so that we can get those most difficult ones into the system. So I do commend your motion, her motion to you all. The final point I wanted to make, there have been voices in the community who say that upon this regulation coming into force, there's a real risk that tenants will lose their housing. That was not the experience in Parkdale. We, as I said, dealt with about 100 properties. I am only aware of one of them that was converted from a rooming house to a different use while we were in the process of licensing all those illegal rooming houses. Only one. And frankly, that was an owner who was, well, I don't want to use those words on the floor of council. What we did find, though, is when market conditions changed, when property values in the neighborhood started to dramatically increase, that's when rooming house owners sold and got out of the business. A feature that we have available now that we did not have available at that time is now in the City of Toronto's official plan and municipal code in section 111 that dwelling rooms are protected when people try to change the use of a residential property. This is the rental replacement tool. So we're in better shape now than we were even then. And because we're going to be tackling the easiest ones first and building up that community support, we will be in better shape still. So please support Councillor Bravo's motions and the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bravo's motion on the screen. Let's vote. Pardon? You want a recorded vote? Yeah, okay. On Councillor Bravo's motion, all in favor, show of hands, carried. On the item as amended, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. Councillor Fletcher, please. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 19-2.
Is Councillor Thompson? Okay, so we're going to go back to the dogs. Who let the dogs out? Okay, so Councillor Thompson, I understand that you spoke to the mover of the motion, and what we're going to do is eliminate one of the recommendations, right? Oh, sorry. Okay.
I think we're actually going to do more than that, Madam Speaker. We're actually going to withdraw the motion altogether.
Okay.
Are you okay with one? Well,
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher is okay with one, yes.
okay. So I thought it was in, one was already in your motion. Right, which is 2. Okay, so Madam Speaker, I would move on behalf of Councillor Crescente, motion number 1, which the clerk has. It's only one motion now. That seeks to increase the fines for...
Right, and the other one will be deleted.
The other would be deleted, yes.
Okay, so on that motion, on favor, carried. So now we can deal with the item.
Thank you.
Review of serious dog attacks. Okay, so there's... Yeah, Councillor Fletcher's motion first. So motion by Councillor, do you want to record a vote on this? No. Okay, on 1A by Councillor Fletcher, all in favor, carried. Okay, next motion. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, 1B. There it is. All in favor, carried. Councillor Morley? Oh, sorry, Councillor Moyes. His motion. It's about the dogs, Councillor Moyes. Oh, there it is, Councillor Moyes' motion. On favor, carried. Next motion. Councillor Thompson. So with Councillor Thompson motion, my understanding that it's just 1 and 2 is deleted. Okay, so just on 1, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor. Oh, recorded vote, sorry. Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item is amended as adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is PH 10.11, supporting new long-term care beds in North York. Councillor Holliday held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If you can put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. with this report is very little detail on the proposal, and I wondered if staff could offer council some information about what's before us, and if staff have a position in support or in opposition of what's being proposed.
Through the Speaker, my name is David Sitt. I'm the Director of Planning in North York. Just giving you a bit of an overview of the proposal. It is a 16-story long-term care facility, over 300 or 500 and so beds, 500 and, I'll just get you the right number, 528 beds. As part of the proposal, there is a parking structure, above-grade parking structure, as part of the development, and on top of that, it is located in an area that is close to the Leslie subway station, about 100 meters away. It is in a major transit station area. It's also within close proximity to the Oreo GO station. And this is an area that is already experiencing some significant growth. I'd also say it's also in a mixed-use area, which is one of our land use designations that's anticipating a significant amount of growth.
So if staff were to write a report on this, would you be recommending the approvals that are suggested here, generally?
Yeah, through the Speaker, I think at this point in time, we are still collaborating with the hospital and also collaborating with the province on the final details of the zoning order. But I would say that from a land use planning perspective, it is supportable. We are just working on some of the minor details right now.
Okay, that's very helpful, because as you appreciate, we don't have that information. Could you tell me maybe more generally why we don't have that? We have all sorts of planning reports here and opinion from staff as to whether or not it's aligned with our official plan and so on, but this one is different, and this is the second time I've seen a letter come before council suggesting that we endorse something to the minister for a change. There's no content. I don't even think there was a question at committee about it.
So through the Speaker, I would say that EMZOs are a unique authority that the province has. There is no formal zoning application that is submitted as part of that. So the fact that I think we are dealing with it at this point in time and working collaboratively with the province and the hospital, there is no formal zoning application that we are dealing with. That's why we are not writing a zoning report like we typically do with our applications.
Is there a site plan application?
A site plan application has been submitted, and that is what we are working through at this point. And that's where the details are that we are looking at right now.
And then I guess finally, this applicant, this is not the private sector. This is, if I've got it correctly, the broader public sector, because this is a hospital. It's effectively government. Is there consideration to that concept that, we're dealing with another government or at least quasi-government entity, and do they have time and cost constraints that would be different from that of a private sector?
So through the Speaker, I think that's precisely the reason why they are choosing to go the EMZO route. There is specific funding constraints and timing for them to get started on the project.
But does the minister need our endorsement, or could the minister just go ahead and do this?
The minister certainly does not need our endorsement. And as we've seen with other zoning orders across the city, it is a situation where a zoning order may be issued without any input. I think in this case, there actually is some collaboration that is happening.
I see. So the fact that there's an endorsement before council means that there is collaboration going on.
That is correct.
And some evidence of community input, I guess, too.
There was also a community open house that was held back in November that staff have attended, and it was held by the hospital specifically.
Okay. Well, look, thank you for answering the questions. I think that makes it a better process.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank Councillor Holliday for his questions. I don't know if I thank him for holding it until this late in the afternoon, but I do thank him for his questions. But I want to put a fine point on it because I want it to be clear, because the procedural way for an EMZO to arrive in council is a letter from the councillor. But that doesn't mean that the language wasn't agreed upon. The letter that I've drafted is one that planning had a look at, covered the language. For instance, the last paragraph that reads, the enhanced minister's zoning order includes site-specific provisions for maximum height, gross floor area, minimum setbacks, and parking requirements, among other technical matters. Further, the proposal will be subject to a development agreement with the City of Toronto that allows for an additional level of design review prior to construction. Now, I'd like to submit to you all that I write letters with that kind of wording all the time, but in fact, even the letter itself was a collaboration between ourselves and the planning office and the hospital, was it not?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. Before the motion language was drafted, your letter, planning staff have had an opportunity to review it.
Okay, and the reason I ask is this has come up, we were in conversation on this even just at lunchtime. Where else would you use an EMZO for good purpose rather than one that we might consider ill-advised planning? We use it for well-advised planning and collaborative processes such as these. We were talking about, if you were trying to expedite getting in university residents or housing in a place where the meeting had happened albeit in an informal way, and you realize there isn't going to be a lot of resistance to this, and it meets the city's priorities and the priority of a public sector applicant. Is that more or less the best use of an EMZO, this new enhanced process?
Through the chair, I would say that's correct. I mean, it falls along the lines of needed housing, and in this case, seniors housing.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so Councillor Holyday held the item down. Councillor Holyday, you'd like to speak? Okay, Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have no motions to move, and I am going to be supporting this item. But I really wanted to thank Council for allowing this to be held and the opportunity to ask questions. I'm less worried about the item, which is actually representative of intergovernmental cooperation to deal with the build-out of an institution, and maybe a great example of why there could be an alternate method to the planning process, that continues to include community involvement. There's no signs here of it being contentious. What I am worried about is that a large building and a parking garage is effectively getting approved by us, or at least endorsed by us, with like one piece of paper before council. And what I worry about is if we're going to demonstrate diligence as a council and demonstrate legitimacy of a decision, we should take some time for conducting due diligence. Now, I had a chance to ask planning staff offline before the discussion today to learn about this, and had a chance to ask a few minutes of questions here to help satisfy me that this indeed was a supportable proposal. And this turns out to be maybe a very good example. The worry I have is what may have happened before or could happen again is if letters come forward endorsing a minister's zoning order for something that maybe isn't supportable. In December, a similar issue occurred where we endorsed a building. Council endorsed a building. And I read in the newspaper later on some very alarming things about it. When I looked at the tape of the committee, these things were brought forward. There wasn't a question asked. Not even a thought. They just waved through. And we do these incredibly painstakingly detailed processes to involve the community, to do analysis, to bring reports through council, to establish the legitimacy of the decision that's being made. And here is a different example of something being whisked through. So, again, I think this will move ahead. There's lots of reasons that have been established. But the point I really want to make in my speaking, and I again thank everyone for allowing me to hold this and say this, is we really have to demonstrate diligence on these items. And I think we have to take a closer look at our process as a council. With that, Madam Speaker, those are the end of my remarks.
Pardon?
That's the end of my remarks.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Sorry. Councillor Carroll to speak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Council for giving us the time to spend a couple of minutes on this. But I actually don't agree with my colleague on needing to change the process. Here's the check and balance that means this isn't being whisked. The reason this is not being whisked is the very committee it came from. This is a very local matter. I could describe in detail for you the lands around and the roadways and the highways and all of that, the IKEA and all the things that surround this site in the neighborhood of North York General Hospital and on land owned by the hospital. But suffice it to say, our process is the reason I don't have to do that. In order for me to bring a letter requesting an enhanced ministerial zoning order, we need the collaborative agreement of the local planners, the chief planner, and then we need to put it on the planning and housing agenda. That's why you're actually taking a moment on this, because it isn't on the community council agenda where you might just zip on past it, counting on the local community council to have done their thing. And you really don't want to do a ministerial zoning order leapfrogging over our planning process if only a handful of councillors had a look at it, especially now that we are now only 25. That means a very small handful. And so because I wrote this letter asking for an enhanced ministerial zoning order, I wasn't allowed. I want to repeat that. I wasn't allowed to bring that to a community council. It had to go to planning and housing, where a chair of the committee sees it, a member of the mayor's cabinet sees it. Because it's at a standing committee, I dare say the mayor's staff team would have taken a close look at it, and there would have been lots of time and highlight opportunity that would lead people to ask the questions they might need to ask of Ms. Boumbakis, Mr. Sitt, or others. And so I don't think we need to change our process. We need to take a good long look at how the process brought it to us here in the council chamber. That's the check and balance, and that's why you can be confident in this. I don't even have to put up a slide and show you the map where these 400 plus long-term care beds that are so badly needed and will be operated by such a good operator, and we know they're not all good operators. This one will be run by an excellent operator and managed by the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to commend Councillor Carroll for her work on moving a new long-term care site forward, and to have this much debate about should you have done it this way, what are you doing, why. We know we have a crisis in long-term care in this city, and maybe we don't all understand why, but long-term care has certain designations on buildings, A, B, C, and D, and I'm looking over at our former long-term care executive, Mr. Raftis, who knows that all too well, that D buildings are decommissioned, C buildings are now going to be decommissioned, and that means they're gone. So having a strategy to bring new long-term beds into the city close by a hospital is a very smart idea. We should be thanking Councillor Carroll, thanking North York General, thanking all of our staff who are advancing such an idea. Because when it comes to somebody who needs long-term care and they find that their spot is a C and it's required by the province to close, maybe they have to move to Aurelia. Maybe your mother or your father or your aunt or your uncle has to go to Aurelia in order to get a bed. Our need and our desire and our drive should be to replace and build as many long-term care beds as possible. And I'd like every single councillor to understand that. This is a crisis for seniors. It's a crisis because of the big green fields and developers wanting beds, and then a government said, well, okay, we'll get rid of anything that isn't an A or a B, and you got to build new. It's very hard to build new. Up till recently, long-term care had to be as if it was on a green field, the longest, widest thing in order to be easily operated by staff who could work horizontal. The fact that we now have some approvals for vertical long-term care is probably the most important thing that's happened in the city and through planning in a long time. So I just want to reiterate that Councillor Carroll, kudos to you for driving this long-term care project in this new configuration that's been very hard to win provincially at North York General. And may we build this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Item on favor, recorded. I have one in my ward coming up in a month.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Cannavale, please. Councillor Myers, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
So we'll go to the next item because Councillor Bradford, his next item is his item and he's not quite ready for that item. So we'll go to EY 11.14, 8 Yorkleigh Avenue. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Oh, the one for CC 16. Okay, if we have to go on camera, then we'll have to do that at the end. Okay, well, let's do some of the other items first. Yeah.
Quick release.
Okay, wait a minute, I'll get to you. So Councillor Holiday wants to go on camera for EY 11.14 and CC 16.18 together. All right. So Councillor Fletcher, T 11.88, 929 Queen Street. Can you?
Working on that now, but I have a different one I can
Okay, what about the one for T 11.29 Nathan Phillips Square? You ready to release that one?
Two, actually, Speaker.
We're at that one for Nathan Phillips Square.
No, I'm not doing that yet.
But we're at the item.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay, what are you going to release?
Did you want me to release TE 9.30 that you've asked me 4 times to release
Sure.
today?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm happy to do that now.
Okay.
There's been a lot of negotiations here, Speaker. You saw the number of settlements that we have
Yeah.
in front of us, and you
Right.
do understand, having been
Right.
a long-time councillor, that that's not the easiest thing to do. So please be patient with us as we get these settlements sorted. So I have a motion on TE 9.30 and CC 16.5, which are the same address, okay?
Madam Speaker, we have
Wait.
not yet processed the confidential attachment to the CC item, so we're not ready to proceed.
Okay. We'll probably have to have a little break so we can get everything organized.
Well, is there,
No, I'm not ready for that either. Doing 9.29 in a minute.
all right. What about, since nobody is ready for their item, we're going to go in camera.
No, I'm ready.
You have to go in camera.
I'm ready.
No, the
She's
staff
going
is
in
not,
camera.
the staff is not ready for any of those amendments yet.
That's right. They're not ready for your.
They're not
Just let
ready.
her go in camera. Just let it happen. Chris, you know what? It's just getting crazy. She wants to go in, get it all sorted out, and come back out.
Yes, yours is an amendment because you haven't held any items down, Councillor Moyes. I know, but we're not ready. I just told you. They're not ready. The staff is not ready. So let's go on camera. The staff is not ready for any of those members' motions yet. So let's have a motion to go in camera. Okay, hold on, Councillor Holliday. The staff will give you the motion.
Just stand by, members, please.
Sir Holliday, can you read the motion? It's on the screen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider item EY 11.14 headed 8 Yorkleigh Avenue request for city solicitor to report to city council and preserve appeal rights, and item CC 16.18 headed 8 Yorkleigh Avenue Committee of Adjustment decision. Reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and information regarding potential litigation.
On favor? Carried. Okay, I'd like to ask everybody in the council chambers, they have to leave except for the staff on the item and members of council. We're in closed session. Okay, members, we're back in the public session. Okay, this meeting is back in open session. I will now call this meeting to order. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item EY 11.14, 8 Yorkleigh Avenue, request for city solicitor to report to City Council and preserve appeal rights, and item CC 16.18, 8 Yorkleigh Avenue, Committee of Adjustment decision. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed with the public debate on the items. Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I am going to move a motion with respect to CC 16.18. If I could ask the clerks to present that.
Do we have the motion?
There we go. That City Council requests the City Solicitor to include the concepts of abusive process and res judicata in the training offered by legal services staff to the Committee of Adjustment staff and as part of the ongoing training provided to the Committee of Adjustment panel members. Members, I wish there was more I could say about this, other than just to express my gratitude to the many city staff that have worked on this particular case. It has not been an easy one, and is articulated in the correspondence before us and the correspondence at the various iterations of the Committee of Adjustment and other tribunals and opportunities. Members of the public are extremely frustrated with the circumstances here. This is an example of where an application has been made, 3 sequential applications on the same property. And people are tired. They're tired of the ups and downs. They're tired of the different stops at different decision-making bodies and different conflicting outcomes. Again, I wish there was more that I could say, but the work before us is confidential for reasons that are contained in the motions. But I do want to say that there is something to be said about the process and the training, and I hope that the additional motion that I've added here will help things and help deal with any circumstances that may arise in the future. We are going to hear from one of our colleagues as well that has more to say about this, the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. And finally, I will also just thank, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleagues on council for being alive to this issue and thinking about it, thinking about this case, but also where this case may be similar within their own communities and how they're going to deal with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Holiday, are you going to move receipt on EY 11.14?
I think I am.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay.
Speaker, I'm going to move that we delete the recommendation to receive the report and instead adopt the following. City Council instruct the City Solicitor to withdraw the appeal before the Toronto Local Appeal Body as it pertains to 8 Yorkleigh Avenue. Before I speak to this, I want to say I also encourage members to support the motion that Councillor Holiday moved on this item, which is to improve the training for city staff. I want to say that I'm encouraging you to support it not because city staff did anything wrong here. They did not. City staff followed all the rules, came to the correct conclusions. Everybody has done everything right. Councillor Holyday has done all the right things too. The members of his community have done all the right things. And here we find ourselves in a circumstance where we have to withdraw an appeal on an item, and neither Councillor Holyday nor I can tell you why. Nor can members of the community appeal this decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body. As Torontonians know, the province of Ontario has in recent years changed planning law several times. One of those changes reduced the rights of members of the public to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions to zero. You're not allowed to appeal, ever. It has been a continual foreshortening, reduction, and cramping of the right of the public to participate in land use planning and land use planning decisions. It's anti-democratic, and it will lead to worse outcomes. So I hope that the people of Etobicoke Centre and people right across Toronto have this in mind when they're considering what government they want in the province of Ontario. Do you still want a government that strips us of our planning rights, that strips you of your democratic rights? I hope the answer is no. I hope the people of Etobicoke keep that in mind as they think about what kind of provincial government they want in the future. I have a lot more to say, but I'm not allowed to say it. And there is the great frustration. There is the great frustration. Congratulations to the City Solicitor on giving us a very thorough examination of the complex legal questions here. Thanks to the Committee of Adjustment staff and planning staff for the working carefully and thoroughly on this file. Thanks to Councillor Holyday for taking the time to spend some time with me to make sure that I understood all of this. Everyone has done the right thing here, but people are going to be unhappy with the outcome. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll deal with EY 11.14 first. Councillor Holyday is moving receipt of the item. On favor? Carried. Now we'll go to CC 16.18. We have Councillor Perks's motion. Okay, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Pardon? Oh, yes. So Councillor Holyday's motion on CC 16.18. On favor? Carried. Okay. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bradford, we're at your item now, so we have to get it, we have to deal with it because we have to go through the agenda. PH 10.13, yes. Eliminating education development charges. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Very quickly, Madam Speaker, I just have a minor amendment to move here, if we can throw that up on the screen.
Okay, there's the amendment.
So we are just going to request the TCDCSB to review their 2023 Education Development Charge Bylaw to align with the city's own Development Charge Bylaw with respect to secondary dwelling units, the laneway suites, garden suites, secondary suites, and as we don't charge development charges on that, we are going to ask the Catholic School Board also to not charge development charges on that. So that's it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Bradford, recorded vote. I actually put my name on it. Oh, it's not on the screen. Did you want to speak on this, Councillor Perks? You want to speak on it? Okay. Oh, well, it just showed up now.
Oh, okay. I think there's a lag. I don't know.
Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Members, just to make the meeting exciting for everybody, on the last item, I told you to vote for something Councillor Holiday was doing, and now I'm telling you to vote for something Councillor Bradford is doing. So it's just a perfect meeting we're all having. The issue of development charges and education charges is very, very complex and difficult, and Councillor Bradford is right to signal that we need to have a further conversation about it. But as many of you know, the mayor has moved for the creation of a school boards committee, and I believe Councillor Candevel is going to be representing us ably on that. And I think having a good, robust conversation between the different school boards and city council is the best way to proceed.
Okay, let's proceed.
First motion, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote? We've closed the vote. How do you vote, sir? The motion carries. The vote is 22-1.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for any of your other items? Okay. So the clerk tells me they're ready for CC 16.5 and T 9.30.
It's actually TE 9.30 now?
Yeah, 9:30, yeah.
A.
Yeah,
930A.
yeah,
And 16.5 CC.
right,
Correct.
right.
So I'm moving those separately, but I'm moving them together, Speaker.
Okay, so if we can have the staff to put the motion on the screen. Okay, T 9.30A first. Okay, it's on the screen by Councillor Fletcher.
It's not really on the screen. It's on your screen, but not our screens. Okay, not on my screen. There it is there. Thank you. Yeah.
On favor? Show of hands. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay?
Then subsequent to that, the companion is a settlement, CC 16.5.
Right. Okay, so we'll get the staff to put it on the screen. There it is on the screen by Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, on favor?
Confidential instructions, that's it. Thank you. And thank you very much to Ms. Wahlberg and Ms. Matsumoto for helping get that pulled together, Speaker.
Thank you.
I don't know if staff are ready for TE 11.8, 929 Queen Street.
Okay, let's just
Not
vote
yet?
on,
No.
let us
Oh,
finish
sorry.
voting on that item
sorry, I
first.
thought we had.
On favor on Councillor Fletcher's motion? Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Fletcher?
Staff have been, or clerk staff have just said they're just tidying that up. You almost ready shortly? Pardon? 1 minute, and then it's ready to go, Speaker.
That's T 11.8, 929 Queen Street, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Oh, okay, so we'll go to another item then. They're not quite ready for Queen Street. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for Nathan Phillips Square, T 11.29?
Give me some wording for that, thank you.
Okay, if
Wherever he's
Mr.
gone.
Tobin can give some wordings for that. All right. Okay, so we'll go to the next item. Councillor Sachs, construction staging for 1 Bloor Street.
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay.
You got it?
Yes, 1 Bloor Street West,
One,
T 11.36. So your motion, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I motion.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, this is giving the extension of their encroachment permit. Well, actually do this time some of the promises they keep making, but haven't completed yet, and then they'll come back for a further extension.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs, there's a motion on the screen that's on T 11.36, which is 1 Bloor Street West, construction staging. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, CC 16.10.
Yes, similarly, I have a motion, and, well, they're advance circulated, and this is arising from a settlement negotiated at the Ontario Land Tribunal for a super tall building at the corner of Bloor Street and Belmudo.
Okay, motion 1A is on the screen. And then we'll put the second one up. There's the 1B. Okay, on favor, 1A, on favor, carried. 1B, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Item is amended.
Thank you.
On favor, carried. All right. So we just have the two for Councillor Fletcher, and we'll go to members' motions. Are we ready for that? Any amendments?
Sorry.
The first one is MM 16.7, Councillor Myers. MM 6.29, Councillor. Okay, so who wants to speak on this? Questions? No? Okay, so what is it that you're doing on this one? Pardon?
Yes. Yeah, so just voting on it now.
Oh, okay, so we're just voting, so you're just releasing it?
Yes, but I just want to make sure it's the amended language. Nope. I mean, I can speak. Sure, okay, I'll speak.
Said he wants to speak now. The councillor.
You want to speak now?
That's fine. Let him move his amendment.
Okay, so I
speak
don't
to move the
understand
amendment.
because he's saying he doesn't want to speak now. He's moving the amendment. Okay, so can you move your amendment?
I would like to move my amendment.
Okay, does staff have your amendment?
They do.
Okay, there it is on the screen.
Yes. Perfect. So I'm just moving that amendment to
Okay, so Councillor Myers has moved his amendment. Ed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Speaker, I have a motion. Just waiting for the motion to come up. That City Council requests the city manager in consultation with the appropriate city and agency officials to report back responses to members' motion 16.7, MM 16.7 and MM 16.29 as one comprehensive report if adopted by City Council. Speaker, there is a thing, it's a copycat world. The high line is that thing. There's a phenomena associated with that. Speaker, it's a minute have gone of my time already. I just got up to speak. It cannot be a minute of my time. Cannot be a minute of my time that's gone already.
I turned it on when you started speaking.
Okay, let's go. Up close, there is a reason why the media has been agog over the possibility of a park in the sky in Scarborough. Because we're being sold an undefined vision based on a shiny object observed from a distance. Up close and placed in Toronto context, the Highline Toronto may not be best for the abandoned RT corridor. In fact, tearing down the 2.5 elevated section of the RT corridor may be wise and physically prudent. Let's find out. Everything in context. Parks, green space, butterfly meadows, farmers market, bicycle path, and naturalized trail were feasible and appropriate as compatible with the BRT may possibly be accommodated in the corridor at grade. The direction being pursued in MM 16.7 has been initiated without the simple courtesy of consultation and cooperation with the local councillor, in whose ward more than 95% of the RT corridor resides. Had such collaboration occurred, this motion for adaptive reuse of the RT corridor would have included the context presented in the communication which I've added to both MM 16.7 and MM 16.29. My motion, MM 16.29, fills in the gap, gives you information and assessment, analysis critical to your understanding, and asks the city manager and city staff to provide context through a full analysis, costing, legal obstacles, development, impact, a broad scan of opportunities, challenges, and potential costs of the future use of the RT corridor. It requests staff provide guidance before we approve spending millions of dollars to study how we might spend tens of millions of dollars for a concept very few of us can possibly grasp because so much is undefined. Scarborough Centre, the heart of the RT corridor, has grown from the early 1960 visions into a transformative area that is a complete community that's worthy of the vision of the heart of our downtown core. This area is tied to transportation infrastructure, initial urbanization, and followed the construction, of course, the 401. The RT arrived in 1985. Over the last 19 years, we have been talking about activities associated with ideas for the corridor and so on. There is a Scarborough Centre study that's coming at the end of this quarter. The city is currently budgeting about $100 million that's going to be utilized for the taking the RT into a BRT. And this piece of infrastructure is obviously going to be critical to that part of the city of Toronto and Scarborough, the Northeast Transportation Network. The elevated portion of the RT occupies 39% of the corridor, and it is encumbered by many ways with legal issues, and city planning needs to uncover these, for example. There's an active development application at 100 Burr Drive, which requires that the city or the TTC, through contract, remove the elevated portion that cuts through the property within a year of decommission of the RT. By 2025, Oxford property owners of the Scarborough Town Centre has a legal right to request removal of the elevated tracks and concrete podium that occupies a solid chunk of the parking lot. Multiple landowners have properties abutting the elevated guideways. Staff should identify these, indicate to us and through a process that there are additionally active developments that are taking place, and flagging any of the legal easements and agreements and encumbrances that are associated with this area. The city manager should have the full opportunity to inform council on the potential costs, challenges, and so on, dealing with all the things associated with this corridor and the elevated structure. With grandiose visions and costly visions of the RT use, before any city money, and in fact millions of dollars, be spent pursuing this infrastructure that we can't afford when we are billions of dollars over in terms of unfunded capital dollars. Those are my remarks. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have questions of Councillor Thompson?
I do, and through you, Madam Speaker. Just one question. So this is a report back, is that correct? And is there a...
That's correct,
Is there a dollar associated with this report back? It's not like, free.
Yeah.
Is there a range as to how much it would cost?
So I think that if we were just left with the initial motion of 16.7, there would have been significant dollars that I've been told would have required outside consultants and professionals to do a lot of deep work. With respect to the combining both motions now and the changes that have been made, the city manager, I believe, has the professional talents within the context of city staff to be able to do a lot of this work. So what would have otherwise cost us significant sums, with the changes that both Councillor Myers and I have just agreed to, that will be reduced at this time. And so what will happen when a final report comes back from the city manager, it will detail a whole series of information that is needed, and us at that point, City Council can make decision along with the public, of course, in terms of consultation that would take place. We both agree that that has to be done. So at this time, we don't have the full accounting as to what would happen going forward, but it's going to be significant.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. All right. You're asking a question to Councillor Thompson? Okay, you didn't put your name there, Councillor Myers. You need to put name if you're asking a question.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Councillor Myers, just clarification of the motion.
I would just like to clarify, just that Councillor Thompson, in your remarks, you said there's going to be significant costs. There's significant costs no matter what we do, whether we tear it down or leave it or readopt it. So just want to clarify that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's understood. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Councillor Candeval.
I see Councillor Myers before me. I don't know.
Well,
No, but he was
I thought that
questioning.
Councillor Myers already spoke.
Okay. All right.
Huh?
Just wanted to, okay.
Yeah, he moved a motion, so he spoke. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure who was there at the time when the Scarborough RT was opened in '85, but it was a response or a creation to address transportation accessibility across Scarborough. It wasn't particularly unique to a ward. It was a place to dream, to envision. That project ended up being expanding to Vancouver SkyTrain. So I think when we look back 40 years later, we look at what we can envision for the future. And this is where I commend Councillors Myers and Thompson for bringing these motions together that will enable us to look into the future, to envision. We say city building in every report. We need to manifest that in the work and the visioning and the planning that we do. And this feasibility study creates a vibrant, active green space in the heart of Scarborough, which connects
everyone in Scarborough together, and it's the visionary thinking that makes and creates great cities. And that's the ambition we need to center in the City Council, is that we have ambitions to create a great city. And we know between Scarborough Centre, the Golden Mile, the developments along Shepherd, Scarborough Junction, there is a ton of development coming in, both in population, developments that I'll note mostly in the form of condominium developments. This community will need an expansion of public spaces for use by individuals and families. Access to green active space can also potentially provide viable commercial opportunities. As a city, we always talk about building complete communities, and at the heart of complete communities are public realms, viable, healthy, vibrant public space that offers a built environment which can promote both physical and mental well-being. We know that green spaces are also important for climate resiliency, a goal, of course, that our city embraces. And particularly, recent numbers from Statistics Canada last year noted that Toronto is quickly losing its green spaces with the increase in development from 2018 to 2022 to the extent of 10% of our average greenness score. As more and more people move into our city over the decades to come, we need to think about the kind of healthy public spaces which was acutely captured in May Warren, Toronto Star Housing Reporter's article, capturing we're going from a green city to a gray city. And that's the concern at the heart of Scarborough residents as we see much needed housing development, but is it coupled, is it a cohesive development, ensuring our new residents have green, healthy public spaces. And for this, I welcome both motions and support this ambitious city visioning that will, of course, take many years. But what it says to the people of Scarborough, you care, you matter, your spaces are our spaces, and as City Council, we're going to invest in good public space. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Myers for MM 16.7, all in favor, show of hands. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. On MM 16.29, Councillor Thompson's motion. All in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. What? We already spoke. We were speaking on both. We combined the two. Yeah. Yes. We combined the two. All right. So the next one, we're just waiting for Councillor. So Councillor Carroll, you held down MM 16.10, which is upgrades to Paul Martel Park.
I did, Madam Speaker, a quick amendment to it that is friendly. I've checked with the local councillor and mover, I guess. I think it's coming up. Oh, it's on the portal now. Madam Speaker, I simply visited the local councillor's desk because I have a bit of a concern with a report that is a feasibility report that is still looking for sources of funding going to a community council. That's not really the mandate for community council, because we're at that point sort of looking at what is our policy around developing parks, where do they go? And so I have no problem with the initiative. I'm simply amending it so that it goes to IEC as opposed to TEYCC. And you seem very interested in that motion.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll?
Say two.
Okay, so just move the item.
I think you have one more speaker.
Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, I just want to say, absolutely, infrastructure environment is fine. Most of the A significant part of the funding is going to come from Section 37 money that I've already identified. The reason we asked for funding is that because this is an Indigenous partnership, the Indigenous Affairs Office said that they may have funding available, so we've asked them just to try to nail it. That's all that's happening. Thank you, everybody.
The item, all in favor, carried. On the amendment, all in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. So I skipped one item that I thought was released, but apparently was held down by Councillor Candeval, which is in Councillor Thompson's ward, SC 11.1. So Councillor Candeval, you held it down.
Yes.
You held it down.
Yeah, to speak or to, is there any questions? Because I don't have any questions.
Yeah, do you want to ask questions?
No, I don't have questions. I want to speak to the item.
Okay, go ahead, speak.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, through you, Madam Speaker. My remarks about this item before us, which the amendment was defeated at Scarborough Community Council, was an opportunity for members of Scarborough Community Council to talk about and discuss a trend, a pattern of zoning bylaw amendments that are effectively seeing the rezoning of vibrant community commercial retail spaces. And yes, this proposal will see a significant reduction in the commercial retail space of not just we're seeing in this neighborhood, but across many areas, important neighborhoods, the loss in commercial retail being replaced by corporate rents that are unaffordable. And in this particular development, we're seeing a coffee shop, a South Asian clothing store, a Hakka restaurant, a variety store, an electronic repair shop, a pizza and a kebab joint, a math tutorial center, a West Indian takeout joint, an Islamic community group center space. And I shared that because it captures the real and true diversity that allows such a wide array of groups to have space to offer service, all independently operated mom and pop shops that are now not likely going to have that same access in terms of affordability. And this over time changes the livability of our neighborhoods, especially when our objectives in city building is to create walkable, livable neighborhoods. We're taking out the heart and soul of so many communities. And this is where I implore my fellow members of Scarborough and Toronto Council to demand better from our planning, that we need a vision for Scarborough. We're seeing, as I shared earlier, incredible development, much of it very important. We saw this morning the advancement of having affordability as part of development. But central to all of this is having a vision for all of, in a very dynamic, truly representative space. And that's something I'm looking to work with all my colleagues at Scarborough Community Council and City Council just to push and put forth a planning vision that is truly comprehensive, cohesive, livable for the diverse communities of Scarborough. And this is part of a bigger conversation that, yes, we have planning applications that are individual on its own, but when we are starting to see the dots connect that we're hearing from multiple quarters of our diverse communities that we need to have a cohesive plan. We need a vision for Scarborough, and that's what I'm looking to work collaboratively with colleagues and planning staff to create that vision, because we have a duty not just to our ward, but to our region and our city. So I wanted to share that context with colleague members for why this amendment failed at Scarborough Community Council, and the need for a more healthier, productive, collaborative, and visionary conversations when it comes to how we plan, how we build, and how we put a vision forward so everyone is included in these decisions. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Just waiting for my microphone.
Okay. Go
Thank you very
ahead.
much, Speaker. I have a motion that I'd like to ask staff to put forward.
Okay. Does the staff have your motion?
Oh, yeah, they've had it. This motion is
Okay.
actually from staff, to staff, that I'm moving on behalf of staff, who had, some challenges with respect to the initial item. And I'd ask members to support this motion that comes from staff who were trying to address an issue that had come up as a result of a miscommunication between the staff and the actual applicant on this particular site. And the applicant became aware, staff became aware, and they came to me and asked me to move this particular motion. Mr. Christian Van Juska is here with us. He is the leader, an outstanding one, quite frankly, of the East District in planning. I want to thank him for being here. Speaker, we have lots of plans for Scarborough. In fact, Scarborough isn't devoid of plans for development. In fact, we've gone through avenue studies for my area of this ward particularly. We have this particular plaza that is going through transformation as we are able to respond to the community's need and concerns. We had about 6 people who showed up to the community consultation, but I spoke to at least 25 who were actually happy that something was actually going to be done at this particular site. We have lots of challenges with the new owners who've taken over this site, have been very forthcoming in terms of dealing with some of the challenges. Garbage that would be all over, rats running all over the place and just being unsightly. I want to thank the new owners for their vision for this area. That corner of Birchmount and Lawrence is going through some tremendous transformation. Why? Because of planning. Why? Because of foresight. Why? Because of interest in the community, planning and others who have a vision for that area of the community, along with our Wexford Heights BIA. So our community is not void or devoid of visions for the future of our community and its growth. In fact, I will challenge anybody who speaks to that. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you just darn well don't know. We have lots of plans. This is just for Scarborough Centre. We have plans for the Golden Mile. We have plans for Birchmount. We have plans for every bloody street in the community. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, it's hollow with what you say, because quite frankly, it's just silly, silly, silly rhetoric. And so I ask members of council to support the motion that I put forward from staff to staff. I'm doing their bidding today, and I thank members for their support on this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Councillor Thompson on working the lyrics to a Pusha T song into a speech about planning. That was impressive. If you know, you know. If you know what superlative planners were working on this file, you know. And if you don't know, you should really try and find out. These are some of the finest planners. We're kind of overwhelmed in North York right now. We'd like to steal them and grow our team. We just, we unfortunately can't. Madam Speaker, the only reason I'm contributing is because I just wanted to juxtapose those two speeches and remind people of what we have achieved, where we have intensified and developed around transit, which is what essentially all of Scarborough has to do. If they're going to have a loop, and that is the Scarborough subway and the Shepherd subway, really everything in the loop in between those two lines is going to intensify. But I hope that you can be patient with it and you can build those mom and pop stores into the retail at grade the way we're doing at Parkway Forest and the way we're starting to see on Shepherd Avenue between Yonge and Leslie Street. But I want to give comfort to Councillor Candeval, although this is Councillor Thompson's ward we're talking about. I want to give comfort to my other colleague. When we were putting in 43-story buildings there, and 8 and 11-story podiums and talking about where the retail should go. This was a while back. And so even some of the planners were saying, I don't think anybody's going to tenant this stuff. I'm really worried about it, especially the stuff that faces into the neighborhood. Maybe you'll get something on the boulevard, but I don't know. What do we have now? A supermarket in what was once a food desert, a rockin' coffee shop that I would be happy to take Councillor Candeval for coffee at. It's called the Forest Cafe. We've got a day nursery that takes up 3 storefronts. We've got about 6 restaurants. We have a place called Apna Bazaar, which is a spice store with a multinational grocery attached, all in spaces that some of the community and actually some of the planning community were saying, I'm not sure who's going to lease this stuff. It's almost all leased. It's even got in amongst the diverse mom and pops a Domino's Pizza and a Freshco. All of those things were possible when we contemplated the density, and then we worked together with the applicant to make sure that he paid attention not just to what kind of money he was going to make upstairs, but how well that neighborhood was marketable because of what he welcomed into the retail on the main floor. But the density must come. You cannot have the rail transit that you are asking for in Scarborough if you are not prepared to look at the intensification that comes with it. We were in North York and we've never looked back. We actually want more. And if the intensification that goes with it was so horrific, you wouldn't see Councillor Pasternak moving motion after motion after motion to have yet more of that transit, because the intensification has turned out to be a good thing. We don't just need affordable housing, we need general supply of housing. And the more housing you put in, the more viable and the more vital those mom and pop businesses downstairs will be. And that's what I've watched Councillor Thompson doing at the corner of Lawrence and Birchmount. Full disclosure, Madam Speaker, my family doctor is at that corner in the Surrey Medical. So I visit it all the time. After all these years of deliberation over it, we see it taking shape now. It should be celebrated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On Councillor Thompson's motion, on favor, show of hands. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher, you say you're ready for T 11.8, 929 Queen Street?
Yes, I am, Speaker.
Okay.
I have some motions.
Okay.
That I believe are ready. Yes, very good. Thank you very much. A lot of back and forth. I'll just thank the clerks for their patience and assistance. There they go.
Okay. So the amendment is on the screen for T.
That's my
T
first motion.
11.8.
Yep.
Okay. On favor? Pardon?
That's the first
Yes,
one.
and you have another motion.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Is that right, Speaker? Yeah. Yeah, here they are here.
Okay, so on 1B?
Construction management
On favor?
plan. Yeah, thank you. All of
Carried.
those. Thank you.
Item
Thank
is
you very much.
amended. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. So 11.29 you're still working on, right?
Yes, that's almost ready.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, MM 16.16, Canada Day. You held it down.
Mike, yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did just a quick amendment. Rockin. There you are, Madam Speaker. Simply wanted to add the words, subject to receiving full funding from the federal government. And Madam Speaker, the reason I'm adding this amendment was actually demonstrated as I held the item. as I was holding the item, someone looked down and read the motion and said, I want this in my ward. I want it at this park and this park and this park. But Madam Speaker, the reason Councillor Chang is moving this motion is because Canada Day has certainly since the 150 celebrations, but even before, because it's Canada Day, we have seen generous donations from the federal government to run Canada Day celebrations. Their cultural and heritage ministries have been generous enough to host these. The reason we're starting to see people say, hey, we need to do more is because federal government, and in some cases the federal government, are starting to slowly withdraw from culture funding. And these are to us local community events, but their usual and traditional funder is suddenly stepping back. We cannot pick up all of their tabs, as we've already said in another portfolio. And so I welcome the idea to look at events across the city, but we need to see the federal funding come back to make it possible to increase this funding in any way, shape, or form. I don't know about the rest of you, but I found it difficult to get through that budget process, and I'd like next year's to be a little more affordable. And so I'd really like to see the right government funding the right events. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment by Councillor Carroll, on favor. Item is amended. On favor, carried. MM 16.21. Councillor Moyes, you held the item. Pardon? Yes. All right, so we have a few motions to add on. So Councillor Cole, do you want to take your seat? Councillor Cole? Okay. Yeah, we have to have quorum, roll call. And what I need is a motion that we complete the agenda as well. So once we do the roll call. So we have a couple members' motion to add on, and that's it. And I'm shutting off members' motions. Yes. Yes, we're doing a roll call because nobody's at their seats.
We'll just open the panel in one moment. Members, the voting panel is open. Would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber or in the meeting if you're online? Thank you.
Just for that, John.
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Myers. Madam Speaker, there are 23 members in the chamber. Quorum is present.
Okay. So we have a couple members' motion to introduce. Now, hold on. We have to do these first. Okay, can you tell me? Councillor Cole. Then we'll get to you, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Cole?
Yes. The first one is on the break-ins. It's just a follow-up to basically make some funding available to small businesses so they can pay for the shatterproof glass.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried.
Okay.
Okay, the next one? Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I think, does he have another one?
No.
Okay. This is, okay, I just have one here that's urgent from park staff for parkland acquisition around a development site. Thank you.
Okay, on favor? Carried. So those motions will be circulated, and we're shutting, it's closed. No more members' motions. Okay. Yeah. You already introduced that one. No new ones. Okay, now we'll go to Councillor Moyes. Okay, Councillor Moyes, MM 16.21.
I do have an amendment for this item.
Okay.
It's around incorporating gender-affirming healthcare benefits to those who don't have the coverage right now. I hope that my colleagues can support this.
There it is on the screen. Okay, and I'm MM 16.21, moved by Councillor Moyes. On favor? Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
And Madam Speaker, there's another item that I need to reopen, item MM 16.28. I had a technical amendment to make to that item, but we missed it when we went through the roll call.
Okay, motion to reopen MM 16.28. On favor? Carried. Okay,
And
can I?
And staff
just-
should have the technical amendment for that.
Do we have the technical amendment for that? No?
It's technical.
On
This was
28?
section funds for repainting of the trans crosswalk at, well, in the village, Church Wellesley community. And so I needed to add cost center.
Oh, hold on, let me see if we have the motion. Do we have the we don't have it.
You don't have
So
it?
you have to hold it. So, Mayor Chow, do you want to move a motion to extend to finish? We have about 3 items to extend.
Adding, yes, cost.
Okay.
I move to extend the time to
To finish.
finish the agenda tonight, unless do we have quorum, though? Yes. We have quorum, okay.
Okay, on favor? The only ones we have left are just technical amendments to members' motions, so they shouldn't be that long. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, one at a time, please. Yeah, let's go in order. MM 16.24, Deputy Mayor Malik, you held the item down for a technical amendment.
This one I just wanted to speak.
You want what?
I wanted to speak.
Oh, okay.
And in the next one, there's an amendment.
Okay, go ahead and speak.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Last year, City Council formally recognized 8 decades of queer history, community, and the importance of placemaking at Hanlan's Point Beach and surrounding areas. It was a really proud moment because the decision was unanimous from every member of council. And thanks to the care and commitment of community advocates, including Friends of Hanlan's, the support of City Council, including my colleague, Councillor Moyes, and the work of City staff, we have advanced a series of steps to protect and enhance this space and to ensure its 2S LGBTQI+ history is commemorated and celebrated. And this motion moves us forward another step. It gives authority to accept an in-kind donation of up to $200,000 for an exciting project by Friends of Hanlan's in collaboration with Pride Toronto with the financial support of the Waterfront BIA. A 600 meter, excuse me, don't want to minimize it, a 600 meter painted art installation of a pride flag on Beach Road at Hanlan's Point will celebrate this historic and vibrant space and be the centerpiece of an attraction for the community and visitors alike. The incredible mobilization for this project of Friends of Hanlan's, along with the Waterfront BIA, Pride Toronto, city staff, and my office, is just another incredible example of what we can do when we work together and what we can do when we want to celebrate the rich and important history in our city. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the designing artist whose care and heart drove this project, Travis Myers, who's in the chamber with us today. Thank you so much. And I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. So we're releasing with a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Candeval, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik on MM 16.25, you're just releasing?
No, on this one I have an amendment.
Oh, okay. What is your amendment?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I have an amendment to add an additional project to this motion, supported by Heritage Toronto, to advance a heritage interpretation plaque commemorating the queer significance of Hanlan's Beach. The motion is prepared to be on the screen. As part of our ongoing council-endorsed work to protect Hanlan's Beach as a historic gathering space for the 2S LGBTQ+ community, as well as a site of ecological importance, this motion advances a number of critical projects to enhance use and safety of this site, including new fencing for sensitive ecological protection, a new pathway to manage congestion and its impacts on the beach area, and bicycle parking for improved access. As well, we're supporting important commemoration of Hanlan's Beach as the site of the first 2S LGBTQ+ Pride celebration in 1971 and more through Heritage Toronto's plaque program. Through these steps that have been brought forward through the care and advocacy of community and championed by Friends of Hanlan's, we are ensuring that Hanlan's Beach will continue to be a site of special significance for 2S LGBTQ+ people, one that can be enjoyed by many visitors to this space, and a place where sensitive ecology can continue to thrive. Thank you again to community advocates, everyone who has been involved in this work, City Park staff who have worked on these items closely with me in my office, and to City Council, including my colleague Chris Moyes, for your support and your advocacy alongside us. And I'd like to request a recorded vote on this as well, please.
Okay. The amendment, recorded vote.
Councillor Crescenti, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Sorry, let me turn the camera.
I have no idea who that was. Okay, but I did.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? The item carries, oh no, I'm sorry, the amendment to the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, MM 16.31, Councillor Fletcher. This is for updates on the Ontario line. You held the item down.
Finding it interesting that we're having city council with the members' motion asking for an update on the Ontario line for North York Community Council, and I'm really unclear. I'm just asking, have there been other motions at Community Council that have asked for an update on the Ontario line?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I don't believe there has been. The only ones I know of are the ones from TYECC.
So just at Toronto and East York Community
Yes,
Council.
Toronto East York Community Council.
Many times,
Yes.
the members who have Ontario line stations or Ontario line tracks have asked for reports to Community Council about that segment or section of the Ontario line, correct?
You are correct.
So I'm just unclear why this is, first of all, and looking at the, I'm just looking at the affected wards, and in Toronto and East York, there's 3 affected wards. Ward 10, Ward 13, Ward 14, I think, or
That's correct.
the Councillor Moyes, Councillor Malik, and myself. So we asked for those. Many motions have been there already. Have there been other motions at North York Community Council about the Ontario line?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, I'm not aware of any.
So I'm just trying to figure out why we've gone this route through council. It was very possible for a councillor simply to ask for that at the, was there some reason why North York Community Council would not allow that and it had to come to council that you're aware of?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, I am not aware of why they've chosen to take this path.
Anyway, I'll just ask about that. So at some point, I think it would be very interesting to understand about the bridge across the Don Valley. It's going from Ward 14 to Ward whatever number that is. This is a pretty big engineering feat, correct?
Yes, it is.
Would that be at both community councils, or would that be something that might be at infrastructure and the environment to understand exactly the engineering requirements, the requirements on the valley walls, and some of the impacts that would happen to the Don Valley as far as tree removal, slope stabilization, all those kinds of things. Just looking for where the most appropriate spot might be for that.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I do believe that that would make a lot of sense because of the fact that it is going across multiple wards. So I would say yes, that would probably make sense for it to go there.
Well, it's going across 2 community councils.
2 community, yeah, right,
So,
right.
so Toronto East York and North York Community Council. But this is just for that segment of the, it's called the elevated section, correct? In North York, it's elevated. Once it leaves the valley, it's elevated across to get to Eglinton.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I do believe that yes, it's the portion that is on the north side past the Don Valley past the Don Valley.
North side of the Don Valley.
That's correct.
Up to Eglinton.
That's correct.
Elevated structure. And how many kilometers is that? Do we know? Of the 15 kilometers, or how long?
I'm offhand, I can't remember if it's about maybe 4 or 5 kilometers.
4 or 5 kilometers of elevated structure.
That's right.
Currently. Okay, thank you. I'll speak to that as Speaker. Thanks.
Councillor Fletcher then, okay, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak, and I do find it odd that this is a member's motion here, asking for a report for something to come to community council when members have that right, ability, and should be encouraged to do that at community council, as we have done at Toronto and East York Community Council. So because this has been here, our staff have had to been here to wait for this. I certainly think it's a good idea for community councils to understand the impact of the Ontario line. I'm a little surprised to hear that none of that has been brought up at North York Community Council as of yet, that understanding the traffic impacts, understanding the road impacts, understanding the elevation, understanding all the movement, understanding the MZOs, understanding all of that, that somehow hasn't been asked for by local councillors at North York Community Council, and that somehow we have a motion here, which I'll support, but I find very odd that we're using this route, because you don't need to use a member of motion at council asking to have a report at your local community council. We're just wasting time, energy, paper, everything else to do that. And I would encourage members who have these large projects here to bring them to their community council, simply to bring them, not to have council ascribe that, because you have every right, you have the authority to do that. You actually have the obligation to do that, because then at the community council, your community members can understand what's happening with the Ontario line in your zone, or any other Metrolinx piece. And I understand why the SRT would be here, because it's a little different than Scarborough Community Council. But for this one, I would just ask councillors in the future to stay local. And when there's issues that are cross-boundary, they'll be here, and they'll be here at a different committee. And we always have the right to do that, but I just find that a bit odd, and I wanted to say that. Unnecessary. Work local. Get everybody to understand what's happening in this very big $15 billion project that's having incredible impacts through the Toronto and East York area. I'm assuming it's going to have quite a few impacts in North York. It's in a very small area of North York. It's not running through 3 wards, it's in 1 ward, and I would encourage the councillor to be very active at North York Community Council on this big issue for her ward. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 16.45, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a technical amendment to Councillor Cheng's motion that I'd be happy to move on her behalf.
Okay, do we have it? Okay, there it is by Councillor Cheng. Councillor Pasternak is moving it on behalf of Councillor Cheng. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. 1647, Councillor Carroll, you held the item down. Motion by Councillor Perruzza.
I can release the item, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll is releasing the item. On favor, carried. Councillor Cole, MM 16.48, which is the auto theft crisis. So you'd like to move it?
Yes, I move the auto theft crisis here to finally do something about it after 4 years of doing nothing. It's about time we stop these thieves from carjacking people, from stealing cars at will. It's totally out of control. We've got to do something.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried. 16.49, a community safety hub. Councillor Perruzza, did you want to move it?
Sorry?
It's your motion, second by the mayor?
Yes, yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is really something that has been, asked for by the community in reaction to several shootings that occurred back-to-back over 2 days in the Driftwood, Jane area. As you all know, a fellow came in on a Friday night. Basically, there was a young man waiting at a bus stop, and he was basically shot at close blank in the face. Thank goodness he survived, and hopefully he will make a fulsome recovery. But the next day, fellow came back and basically, with the intention to finish off what he started the night before. Just randomly, a new arrival from Africa who had been here for a few months, basically suffered, the tragic moment where he happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and was killed. And Madam Speaker, this is just simply exploring an opportunity in the area where we can create something that will help make people feel safer in that neighborhood, and that's why the motion is here, and hopefully with your support we can get going with this.
Thank you. Go on the item. On favor? Carried. MM 1650, Councillor Coe, your motion. Councillor Coe. MM 1650, moved by Councillor Coe. It's the break and enters on small businesses. Councillor Coe, you want to release it?
We did that.
No, we did the car thefts.
This is, no, this is this car theft? No, this is the break and enters.
This was just introduced a few minutes ago. The car thefts we approved.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Which item? The car thefts? We're not on it. We're on MM 16.50. Oh. Okay, so MM 1650, it's on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda. This motion is subject to reopening item 2024 MM 14.6. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen the item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides. So we need to reopen.
So this is the on the reopening, 14.
Yeah.
I'd like to record a vote on the reopening.
Okay, reopening.
Which one?
14 MM.
People need the title.
Not the number, the title.
It's on the screen.
No, it's, oh, it's on the portal.
Yeah. Yeah, could you please, because...
Madam Speaker, Councillor Cole has submitted a member's motion which amends, adds something to a member motion that was approved previously. So a vote to reopen is required before council can debate this proposed amendment to the previous decision.
Okay, so this is a motion to reopen. Okay, recorded vote.
Just stand by while we...
It's on the screen.
Voting panel is now opening, members. On the vote, on the motion to reopen. Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Crescenti, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I'm here. I did vote.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Can you state your vote, please, Councillor? The motion to reconsider item MM 1416 carries. The vote is 22-1.
Councillor Perks.
Speaker, on a point of order. While I appreciate that there's a lot of business we're trying to conduct quickly, a few moments ago, you put an item in front of us, read the item number, and then said all in favor, opposed, carried. We need to hear the item title so we know what it is we're voting on. Members of council need to confer with staff and each other in order to be able to close off those last few pieces of business on the meeting. And I feel my privileges as a member were abrogated because the title of the item, Councillor Cole's other item, wasn't read out.
Well, he did speak on it. Okay, so what do you want to do?
Councillor Bravo, I believe, has it.
Councillor Bravo? You want to reopen it?
Yes, on a point of order, Speaker, I've submitted a motion to reopen the item. I think there are many members who would like, who agree with the spirit of the motion, but would like the opportunity to reconsider it because it has serious implications.
They want to reopen MM 16.48. Yeah, let's finish this. Okay, just a sec. I think the best thing, Councillor Cole, is to send it to committee.
So we have to reconsider it.
Yeah, but let's finish the item that we're on. We haven't finished the item that we're on. Okay? So now we're at MM 16.50, which is the reopening that we just did on MM 1416. We'll put the motion on the screen. It's the break and enters against small businesses. It's on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay? It's on the screen. Okay, so do you want to speak on it? Okay, go ahead.
I'm just pointing out my technical difficulty. I hear you all. Thanks for your help. My portal, it keeps crapping out whenever I look at it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to speak briefly to illuminate you as to why I voted against reopening this item. I do have a challenge. We have become somewhat cavalier towards intergovernmental affairs. We're talking about asking for money from the federal and provincial government here. In this case, we're talking about asking for it for security purposes. We're quoting other programs that already exist, and I well remember that it took a certain amount of intergovernmental advocacy to get those dollars. Now we're asking for yet more. I don't know and don't have the opportunity because we simply allowed the introduction of the motion. We hadn't seen the motion. We allowed the introduction of it. My challenge now is that I don't know if this is in line with intergovernmental asks that we make on a regular basis through our staff, through the city manager and the mayor, through FCM by adopting pillars. The program we're talking about here, we have the programs that are quoted in the motion. This asks for another one, but I don't know who will administrate it, how do BIAs tap into it, how do non-BIA businesses tap into it. There's a lot to be figured out. And I think we should have those answers when we go to make the intergovernmental ask, or at least a framework for those answers. So that's why I voted not to reopen it. Having seen it reopen, people are free to vote as they see fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And it's still doing this weird thing.
Okay, Councillor Cole, you're speaking on this, on this item?
You know, this motion here is an offshoot of a summit that was held here in this council chamber with the mayor in attendance, a number of councillors. We brought BIAs from across the city to deal with this horrific rampage that's going on to small businesses across the city, where criminals and impunity are breaking into small businesses with no repercussions. They are breaking in. Very few of them are caught because they do this at lightning speed. These are organized criminal groups. The police can't even keep up because the police say, well, just send me an email that you got broken into, or send me a video of the breaking in person at the back. Well, they basically cannot recognize these people because they come at 3 o'clock in the morning, they've got hoods on, there's no lighting. And so what happens is the police come and they tell the storekeeper, well, you have to basically improve your security. And they say, well, listen, I just got my point of sale terminal stolen, and they've accessed my personal account for another $40,000 out of my point of sale terminal. And now you're asking me to improve my security. How am I going to pay for shatterproof glass? How am I going to pay for extra cameras? How am I going to pay for extra lighting? How am I going to basically pay for these heavy-duty locks? How am I going to pay for the chain mill link fence that I got to put across my door? Because they've kicked in my front door, which is glass, twice. Twice they kick in the front door and they walk in 5 minutes and they take merchandise. You know, Mr. Cheap on Avenue Road, he had his front door kicked in. They took all his lottery tickets. They took all his cigarettes, and they took his point of sale terminals. Now, how is this poor convenience store going to pay for shatterproof glass, better locks, more cameras? Who's going to help him pay for that? Because he's already lost all this money to begin with. So the shopkeepers who came here to this council said, along with the BIAs, John Carew and the Toronto Association of Business, I said, listen, what would help if council, this is what they asked us, they said, can council find a way of giving us some money like they do with the facade program to help pay for added security costs? That's what they asked us. So what we did is my office talked to the people at the BIA Office of Economic Development and said, listen, you've got a program. Can we incorporate more security provisions to help pay for this? They said, well, we could, but we don't have any money because we need to get more money from the feds or the province to help pay for this. So what we're doing is what the staff asked us to do. We're going to be asking the feds and the province to say, can you put a bit more money into the existing program to cover some of these added security costs? That's all we're doing. And to say this is part of, well, the Fed Prov ask and at the table and the bureaucracy, well, you go tell that to the hundreds of small businesses that have broken into in the last couple of months. Go tell them we're going to not ask for more money because it doesn't meet the protocols of the federal provincial table. You know, let's get real here. People are suffering dire consequences because of uncontrolled criminality that is preying on small business and the police are overwhelmed dealing with car thefts, they're overwhelmed dealing with the protests. They can't keep up with these criminals, so we tell the small business people, well, sorry, we can't find some money, or even ask for the money to help pay for some of their security so they won't get their front door kicked in. Is that what we're going to tell them? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on the item. Okay, so Councillor Perks has asked that we split it 1 and 2. Okay? On 1, okay, part 1. Did we want a recorded vote? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, part 2. Part 2 recorded.
Councillor Carroll, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Myers.
Councillor Candeval, when you're seated, please.
Part 2 of the motion carries. The vote is 14-6.
Okay. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole. Hello, Councillor Cole. Okay. On MM 16.48, which is the auto theft crisis, we'll move a motion to reopen the item. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We're going to reopen the item and then we're going to refer it to committee. Okay? Yeah. So, okay, Councillor Bravo is moving a motion to reopen. You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote. So Councillor Bravo will refer to committee.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Yes, this is the vote to reopen.
The motion to reconsider the item carries. The vote is 17-4.
Okay, and Councillor Bravo? Move it to commit. Did you want to move the motion?
Yeah,
to
I have
refer to
a motion
economic
is prepared.
development?
Correct.
Okay. So Councillor Bravo is moving to refer to economic development. On favor? Carry.
Because
MM 16.51, which is the parkland acquisition in Leslieville. Okay, so this motion is not, okay, you know, I just had members say that I'm not reading out the motions, and now I'm reading out the motions and nobody's listening. So you choose which motions you don't want to vote on. So Councillor Fletcher, your member's motion, your member's motion for
Yes.
the Parkland Acquisition
you.
Leslie Bill.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
it's
moving
before
that.
us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving it.
Want to move it?
Yeah.
Everyone okay with that? All in favor? Carry. Okay, now there has been, yeah, I know, but Councillor Moyes wants to open up an item. Did you? Okay, so Councillor Moyes, hold on, please, I want everybody to listen what I'm saying. Councillor Moyes, hold on. Deputy Mayor Malik, on MM 16.24, which we just dealt with, we had a recorded vote on the amendment, but we did approve the item as amended. But Councillor Moyes, unfortunately, was not in the council chambers at the time, and he wants us to reopen the amendment so he can vote in favor of the amendment. So can I have a motion to reopen?
Sorry, this is 2.5?
No, 2.4.
2.4 didn't have an amendment. 2.4 was just a vote.
So which one?
It was, they were both recorded votes, yeah.
Oh, that was recorded then?
Yeah, so it was
okay,
just,
so
yeah.
we have to then open because
Yeah.
Councillor Moyes said he wasn't here when that vote was taken and he wants to be recorded.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So to reopen MM 16.24, on favor, carried. Okay, so we'll do the vote, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we prepare the vote. Voting panel is now open, members. This is the revote on MM 1624. The revote on MM 16.24 carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
But I guess the problem is that the mayor was here for the original vote, so she's, yeah? Okay, so both votes will be recorded in the minutes because the mayor left and she was here for the original vote. Okay, all right, Councillor Fletcher, are you ready for your item T 11.29, use of Nathan Phillips Square?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
I have an amendment.
okay. Make sure everybody hears the amendment.
I am.
Okay. Okay. Okay, there's the amendment.
It's not on my screen. just this screen. There's the amendment. 85, 75, and 65 decibels.
Okay, okay, Councillor.
He's already at about 105
Okay.
decibels, Speaker.
I think we
All
want
the
to
time.
go home soon.
I'm moving that amendment.
And then you have another one.
And then I'm moving the motion, the main recommendation, yeah.
No, it's
There
here.
we are,
It's-
75 dB, right here in front of me.
Councillor Fletcher.
See?
Okay. Anthony, please. I mean, Councillor Peruzza. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
It's here without a recommendation.
So I'm moving, we didn't
Yeah.
have a recommendation.
Right.
I have an amendment that we're going to measure that noise during business
Okay.
hours and then approve the recommendation that was at committee.
Okay, which is 1B. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, so 1A first recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 20-2.
Okay, on 1B, do we want a recorded vote on 1B? Okay, on favor? Okay, on 1B, recorded vote, please.
Just stand by, members, please. Members, just stand by for a moment, please.
You asked for it, we're having it. We're having it, and you should know what you're asking for. You don't even know what you're asking for. We already voted on decibels. It's so loud, you can't understand what we're doing.
Members, just give us one moment here, please, for a recorded vote.
Yeah, recorded vote.
Members, please stand by. We're trying to fix the voting system here. Just stand by, please. Members, or Madam Speaker, the voting panel is open on motion 1B at the moment.
So the running group 1B, you want to be reflected in 1B.
Councillor Sachs, we're not finished.
Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Peruzza, how do you vote on this item, please, on motion 1B? How do you vote, sir? Motion 1B carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, we have one more item. Councillor Moyes, please listen very carefully. Okay. On MM 1628, release of Section 37 funds, Councillor Moyes wanted to reopen it because he has an amendment. Go ahead.
And it's a technical amendment, and it should be on the screen shortly. There we go. To repaint the trans
flag.
Well, trans walk.
Just that the cost thingies weren't in there?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? We reopened this item a while ago.
Yeah, we did.
How many times?
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Moyes, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Come on. All right, so
No, guys.
no, I think he was joking, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Keep it unanimous.
Because we are, okay, members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, would you like to move that one?
Thank you, Speaker. I am utterly delighted to move that the committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
On favor, show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councillor Morley, would you like to read it?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd move that leave be granted to introduce bills 187 to 263, 265 to 267, and 269 to 284.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, show of hands, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Fletcher, would you like to do that one?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 16 on March 20th and 21st, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. Thank you very much to all the staff here. Thank you to members of council. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. So, just to make it clear, this meeting is adjourned. That means we can go home.